Welcome to Fast Aim. We've got Catalyst and Vortex facing off today to see who can climb the rankings. A fast start for Vortex, showing he can hold his own against a top 3 player right from the jump. It's a tightly contested clash between the 3rd and 4th seeds. Vortex is really putting the pressure on early, taking control from that ramp position. Surprisingly smooth start for the underdog in this duel. Catalyst holds a significant lead in their head-to-head history, winning nearly 60% of their lifetime encounters. It's interesting because Vortex had the upper hand in their last few bouts yesterday. He's definitely playing with a lot of confidence right now. The momentum has completely shifted and Catalyst is just tearing through the competition now. He secures a great angle from the window to extend this streak to 4. This is definitely looking like a more traditional result for these two. He completely shuts him down on the ramp to keep the streak alive. He's proving why he's sitting in that 3rd spot on the ladder. Vortex answers back with a perfect shot, refusing to let the lead slip away. He's definitely fighting to prove that favorite tag right now. Catalyst is really capitalizing on those height advantages, using the ramp to keep the pressure on. It's a tight gap between these two for a reason. Vortex reacts instantly to shut that down, keeping his composure to stay within striking distance. Catalyst is really pulling away now, using that elevation to firmly establish his control over the match. The head-to-head dominance usually favors this outcome. Catalyst takes the 8-4 lead into the break, and honestly, the favorite is looking every bit as sharp as we expected. He's currently in total command of this series. Vortex needs a huge response now. Vortex manages to outplay him and comes through from the ramp for a huge round. A strong look back at their last few series. Vortex has historically performed better on this map with a win rate just over 50%. He's actually the one with the statistical edge in this specific setting, but he's just not finding a way to translate that into round wins today. Vortex manages to hold that high ground, securing a vital round from the ramp to keep himself in the game. Catalyst was just too quick there, catching Vortex right as he tried to play the window. The gap between the 3rd and 4th seeds is barely noticeable here. A crushing blow as Catalyst claims another from the ramp, putting him just 1 round away from victory. And that's it! He closes the series with a clean finish from the window to secure the victory. Vortex definitely tried to fight back, but he just couldn't keep up with those lightning fast reactions. Welcome everyone, we're on Orange today as Phantom takes on Vortex to see who comes out on top. Phantom is sitting on a huge 61% head-to-head win rate over the years, and it looks like he's finally starting to shake off that recent slump. I'm curious to see if he can maintain this pace through the first half. That was an effortless flick. He's absolutely controlling the pace of this match. Vortex answers back immediately with a clean read on his opponent. It's a tough spot for the underdog to climb from. He's putting up a real fight here, refusing to let that early lead grow. It's a surprising shift for the clear favorite to handle. What a scramble! He almost ran out of health there, but he managed to scrape through with a victory. He's showing a lot of grit here, clawing back into this series. The gap in their ladder standings is practically irrelevant right now. Phantom really is the powerhouse of this league as the top-rated player in the world. You know, it's interesting because he usually looks a bit shaken when Vortex starts putting up numbers like this. I want to see if he can actually close the door today. Vortex keeps the pressure on with another fast reaction, showing he's not going away. Phantom holds a strong 3-round cushion as we move forward. A big bounce back for the world #1 right now. Phantom takes an 8-4 lead into the break, and honestly, he's completely flipping the script on the expected outcome. He is really leaning into that 63% map win rate and playing with way more confidence than we've seen from him lately. Time for Vortex to wake up. Phantom's just cruising now, leading by 5 rounds. He's really shaking off those recent losses with this performance. Phantom's widening the gap to 9-5 right now. Both of these competitors are firmly entrenched in the top 5. Vortex is really starting to put on a show, putting a bit of a dent in that lead. Phantom is firmly in the driver's seat at 10-6. He's looking much sharper than he did during that rough patch in his last few games. Vortex gets 1 back, now trailing by 3. The pace of these exchanges is getting incredibly fast, neither of them letting a single second slip by. Another lightning fast reaction from Phantom to bring him to the verge of victory. Vortex comes up fast to keep his hopes alive, but the pressure is still mounting. What a finisher! He secures the final round with a perfect shot to close out the series. He really looked back into form there, asserting his dominance over one of the top players in the game. Welcome to Berserk League duels. Catalyst and Phantom are facing off on Italy to see who comes out on top. Phantom holds a significant 55% win rate over this opponent in their head-to-head history. And that long-term dominance seems to be translating perfectly into this server. It'll be interesting to see if the top-rated player can keep this pressure up. Absolute perfection. He's just not letting up. Our top-seeded player is putting on a show early. He just clears the wine with ease, taking total control of the early game. The world number 1 is looking completely locked in. Catalyst finally answers back with a sharp shot to get his first point. He's truly digging in now, keeping his momentum strong with a second straight point. He's starting to push back against the pre-match odds. Phantom is just too quick, punishing Catalyst's position on the wine immediately. Phantom's 66% map success rate is proving to be a deciding factor in this particular matchup. Well, he's simply managing the distances better than Catalyst can react. It feels like he's fully in control of the server right now. Phantom is cruising with a commanding 7-3 lead. The favorite is just too consistent right now. Catalyst is really struggling to find an answer for that aggression today. Phantom takes a huge 9-3 lead into the break. I mean, the betting public really underestimated him today. He's just completely outplaying the favorite right now. Time for a fresh start. Phantom is just relentless, pushing his lead to 10-3. The world number 1 is simply playing at a different level. Catalyst takes another one, but he's still trailing 4-10. It's a tough spot for the number 2 seed to be in. The gap is just too wide now. Catalyst needs a serious turnaround if he wants to stay in this. A flawless exchange to put him on the brink of victory. He's fully validated those pre-match expectations. A huge delay of the inevitable. He manages to claw one back to stay alive. A clean response to keep things interesting. He's found a second win, extending that mini run and forcing this game to go deeper. Unreal! He scrapes through with a sliver of health to close out the series. He's just showing why he's currently sitting at the top of the rankings, putting on an absolute masterclass on Italy. Welcome everyone! We've got Catalyst and Vortex facing off on Mappas. Let's see if the favorite can keep their lead today. Catalyst holds a significant 58% win rate in their head-to-head history. It's interesting because Vortex was actually the favorite heading into this game. Now the real test is whether Catalyst can convert that historical edge into a full series win. Both players were fighting for the high ground, but he secures another clean sweep. Vortex is really feeling the pressure after that tough start to his day. Vortex answers back with a clean shot from the ramp to keep the deficit manageable. He needs to start putting some distance between himself and the lead. A hard-fought exchange, but he walks away from that brawl to keep the gap small. The momentum has completely shifted back into his hands. Unbelievable, he's completely erased that early lead to square things up. The underdog narrative is officially out the window now. What a run! He claims another one from the ramp to take a 4-3 lead. He is playing with a completely different level of confidence now. Vortex simply won't let up, taking this battle on the ramp to extend his streak to 5. The pressure is clearly getting to Catalyst right now. He's just relentless, picking up another win from the ramp to move to 6 in a row. Exactly what you'd expect from the favorite today. Finally, a breakthrough for Catalyst, digging in to fight back and bring the score to 4-6. That was a scrap, but he just barely survived with his health. That was lightning fast, and is keeping the pressure high as we head toward the mid-game break. Vortex holds a 7-5 lead heading into the break, and honestly he's defying all the expectations. Despite the historical gap between these two, the underdog is comfortably in the driver's seat right now. Side swap. Let's see who reacts. He's showing plenty of heart here, stepping back into the fray with a clean win to close the gap. He really knows how to time his push when it counts. Absolute precision here, as he secures another effortless round to bring the game to a dead heat. Vortex is showing a lot of grit, taking another quick round to regain the lead. Vortex shows great resolve, quickly knocking him off the ramp to secure the lead. Total shutdown of that attempt to build momentum. He just can't be stopped right now, cruising into a 3-round win streak. The higher seed is really starting to assert himself. Vortex is simply refusing to budge, picking him off the container to keep this run going. Catalyst puts a stop to the charge, securing a fast win to keep the deficit at 3. He's definitely leaning on that top 3 ranking to stay in this. He holds the advantage from the ramp once again, refusing to let the game slip away. 2 quick rounds in a row for the challenger. A perfect shot to put him on the edge of victory. He's certainly playing to his seeding today. What a finish! Vortex shuts him down on the ramp to close out the series. He's really showing that his ranking belongs right where it is. That's a great way to bounce back after a rough morning. Welcome to the Dunes. We've got Phantom and Vortex facing off to see who can reach 13 rounds first. Phantom holds a massive historical advantage here with a 61% win rate in their head-to-head history, and that confidence seems to be translating into a very strong start today. It'll be interesting to see if Vortex can break that cycle. Absolute chaos in this exchange, but Phantom manages to scramble out alive. The top seed is really proving his class early on. Vortex is struggling to keep pace at 3-1. The current number 1 on the ladder is looking very sharp. Vortex claws back to keep the score at 3-2. It's a tight scramble between the top 4 players on the ladder. Vortex has really shifted the energy here, taking full control of the momentum. Vortex is showing a lot of grit to level this thing off. He's simply too fast right now, taking the lead with another flawless exchange. Exactly what you'd expect from a top 5 matchup. The pressure is really mounting on Phantom as his opponent keeps the streak rolling. Hard to believe the top seed is struggling this much. Phantom answers back with a sharp response, narrowing the gap to 4-5. He's looking to keep that flawless 2-0 daily run alive. Phantom entered this match as the clear favorite, but he's currently playing from behind. And it's a stark contrast to how the top seed usually converts his opportunities in a series. He'll need to find a way to regain that control quickly. We head into the break with Vortex leading 7-5. Everything is playing out just as the analysts predicted. That 4-round burst gave him a solid cushion, but Phantom is still very much in the fight. Time to switch things up. Vortex is firmly in the driver's seat at 8-5. This is a really tough spot for the favorite to be in. He refuses to crumble under the pressure, digging in to chip away at that lead. Still expecting the superior skill level to eventually take over. A clean shot and yet another round for Phantom, who is showing some serious heart tonight. Vortex maintains a 2-round cushion over Phantom. Having the top 4 players in a lobby is always electric. He's really digging in now, putting a lot of pressure on Vortex to regain his footing. He's proving why he's the higher rated player tonight. Vortex still holds a 2-round lead at 10-8. It's tough to shake that recent defeat to the current world number 1. What a way to close that gap. He's looking stronger with every round he takes. That was a lightning fast exchange to put the pressure back on. The exchange speed has picked up significantly and Vortex is looking very steady as he closes in on the finish. He secures a clean kill from the Tetris as he continues to narrow this gap. The pressure is really heating up as these two trade blows. He's completely erased the deficit, bringing us all the way back to a deadlock. He just cannot be stopped, taking a commanding lead as he edges closer to the victory. What a response! He shuts the door on that run to force a tie at 12-12. The world number 4 is refusing to back down. He's absolutely locked in right now, putting on a real display of skill as we enter this final stretch. That is a massive shift in power for the higher ranked player. Vortex is simply refusing to let up, claiming another round to extend his current run. His recent form has been a bit shaky, but he's found his gear. He just wipes the floor with him from the box, showing incredible grit in this overtime push. A huge reset after those consecutive losses. What a way to respond! Phantom continues his charge to bring these two dead even in the overtime frame. He's really finding a way to keep this series alive. Vortex puts himself in a prime position to close this out. The momentum shift is favoring the underdog completely. Unbelievable. He secures the final kill to shut everything down and take the series. To walk away with a victory in overtime against the world number 1 is just an incredible feat. He really pushed past the odds today. What a fight. Welcome to the stream. We've got Catalyst and Phantom facing off on fast aim to see who takes the win. Phantom holds a massive lead in the head-to-head history, winning about 55% of their lifetime meetings. It's a bit surprising to see him starting slow since he's historically dominated this specific pairing. Let's see if he can shake off the rust. Completely untouchable right now, Catalyst just strolls to a perfect 3-0 start. Phantom finally answers back, picking him right off the wine box to stop the onslaught. He's finally playing to his seed after that shaky start. A clean sweep of the round, and he's showing a lot of grit by clawing back into this. This is exactly why he entered the lobby as the heavy favorite. Absolute precision from the opponent to force this game into a deadlock. Catalyst secures a sharp response to retake the lead. He's really proving why he's top 3 on the ladder. Catalyst is just starting to put some real distance between himself and his opponent here. Phantom clears the ramp with a fast set of shots, refusing to let the deficit grow. Both players are fighting for every single inch of ground right now. What a turnaround! He just leveled the score by picking him off the ramp. Both guys are just as comfortable in this dead heat. He is just on fire, completing a 3-round burst to take control as we head toward the midway point. Phantom takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, he's actually leaning into his map advantage here. Despite the hype around the other side, he's the one dictating the pace right now. Time to see if the gap grows. Catalyst is within striking distance at 6-7 now. He's desperate for a spark after that tough loss to Vortex earlier. Phantom secures a clean look from the ramp to push his advantage further. A strong showing today for someone ranked just outside the top 10. He's just too fast, shutting down any hope of a comeback for the other side. Catalyst puts on a strong display from the ramp to chip away at that lead. Crucial, stop right there to keep the pressure high. He shuts things down from the toolbox to push the lead to 10-7. He looks completely composed for a player currently sitting outside the top 10. He just wipes the floor with him off the wine box, refusing to let this game slip away. A quick exchange there to slow things down. He secures a flawless hit from the ramp to keep his momentum swinging. He is playing with an incredible amount of confidence. Phantom has completely seized control of the game and is just one step away from closing this out. He is certainly playing up to those pre-match expectations. What a finish! He closes out the match with total authority to secure the victory. He just couldn't find a way to crack that defense, and it really shows why this map is such a stronghold for him. Welcome everyone! We've got Catalyst and Vortex facing off in the arena to see who comes out on top. Catalyst holds a strong historical advantage with a 58% win rate in their head-to-head history. It's just that Vortex managed to take the last encounter between these two. This early lead keeps the pressure on for that side of the bracket. He's completely taken over, extending that lead to a 3-0 start. He's putting that high seed ranking on full display. Vortex answers back here, showing some real grit to put a stop to that early surge. It's a solid start for the favorite today. He's refusing to back down, closing the gap to just 1 round. He's definitely playing up to that favorite status now. Catalyst is refusing to let the momentum shift, quickly shutting down that attempt from the box. Vortex holds the high ground here, securing the kill from heaven to keep this push alive. The gap in the ratings is practically non-existent right now. Catalyst gets an edge on the ramp to put himself firmly in the driver's seat here. He's fighting for a turnaround after a rough start to the day. That was a quick exchange from the Tetris, and the momentum is swinging heavily toward Catalyst now. Vortex is showing great resolve here, picking him right off the ramp to bring the score to 6-4. He's proving why he entered this duel as the favorite. Catalyst is definitely making the most of his 64% win rate on this specific map. It's a stark contrast to his struggles in earlier matches today. He really needs this victory to erase the memory of those last few losses. Catalyst takes an 8-4 lead into the break. The top seed is simply outperforming his opponent as anticipated. He's comfortably in control as the sides swap. Catalyst is just cruising now, pushing his lead to 9-4. A strong performance for a player who had been struggling this afternoon. Vortex gets a nice read and catches Catalyst right on the Tetris to put a halt to that streak. Unbelievable. He barely clings to life, surviving that chaotic exchange with almost nothing left. Catalyst is pulling further ahead, now sitting at 10-6. He's finally shaking off that rocky start to the day. Vortex claws back one more, trailing by 3 now. We're seeing a very tight gap between the number 3 and 4 seeds. The pace of these encounters is just lightning fast. Neither player is giving the other a chance to breathe. He keeps his foot on the gas, pushing the score to 12-7 and moving within striking distance of the win. Absolutely incredible! Catalyst seals the victory and closes out the game. Vortex just couldn't keep up with those reaction times and he's finally stopped that losing skid in style. Welcome to the Berserk League. We have Phantom taking on Vortex today in a great matchup on Italy. Phantom heads into this with a massive lead in their career head-to-head history, winning over 60% of their games against Vortex. It's a dominant historical record, but the top 4 players in our rating always find a way to keep things close. Now we see if that gap persists. What a scramble! That was an absolute bloodbath, and he barely walks away from the fight. He's playing like the top-rated guy in the league right now. He's simply not letting up, taking a 4th straight to put a grip on this opening set. Utterly oppressive, he just keeps piling these on. A perfect 5-round start to the map. Vortex finally answers back with a lightning-fast reaction to stop the run. Vortex is really starting to push back, holding that high ground on the vine to secure another one. Another incredibly fast shot. Vortex is completely in control of this rally. Phantom puts a stop to the momentum shift and regains his lead. He's certainly looking like the top seed today. Vortex stays sharp, closing this out instantly and narrowing the gap. The gap is closing as the underdog makes his move. Phantom has an incredible historical edge over the years, coming up with a 61% win rate in their head-to-head matchups. But the current game is a lot tighter than those numbers suggest. Now we just have to see if the top seed can fully shut the door. Phantom takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, he's really capitalizing on that 66% map win rate. Vortex is still very much in the fight, but the top seed has the early advantage. Phantom stretches that cushion to a 3-round lead. He's looking very sharp after that 13-8 victory earlier today. Phantom is really pulling away now, leading 9-5. He's looking far more comfortable than he did in that last Dunes encounter. Vortex is really making a stand here, refusing to let the top seed pull away. Phantom secures a commanding 4-round lead over Vortex. His current match history is giving him plenty of confidence. Phantom's just taking a huge chunk out of this set, and he's doing it with some incredibly fast reaction times. What a chaotic sequence. He barely scraped through that fight with a sliver of health. The number 4 seed is fighting tooth and nail to stay in this. Vortex has really found a way to answer back, putting some serious pressure on the leader now. A quick exchange of shots and the favor goes to the leader, who now only needs one more to close this out. Unbelievable! He closes it out with a perfect shot from the wine to secure the victory. He keeps showing why he's sitting at the top of the rankings. Just a totally clean performance to wrap this one up. Welcome to the Berserk League. Catalyst and Phantom are facing off on red line to see who can hit 13 rounds first. Goodness, Phantom barely escapes that one alive after holding the ramp. He's definitely carrying that momentum from his previous win over him. Catalyst is taking full control of the map early, using that high ground to secure a quick second round. A big challenge for the top seed to shake off those early nerves. Catalyst is really showing why he has a 73% win rate on this map. It's a stark contrast to their previous encounter where Phantom was the one in complete control. Now we have to see if that map familiarity is enough to upset the league's top seed. Unbelievable. He barely scrapes through that exchange with a sliver of health left. He's certainly playing like the #1 rated guy on the ladder. Phantom simply doesn't miss, picking him off the box to keep this run going. He's certainly making a statement after that earlier win over him. The momentum shift is staggering as he extends this streak to 4 straight. It's just a repeat of the result we saw from their last meeting. Phantom quickly puts him down from the ramp, securing a 5th straight victory. His recent record against the #3 seed has been impressive. The pressure is completely on Catalyst now that he's just given up a 6th straight round. Finally, a fight that goes his way to halt that oppressive slide. The #1 seed looks a bit rattled right now. Catalyst is really starting to close the gap here, cleaning up from the ramp for another win. A tricky spot for the world #1 to find himself in. We head into the break with Phantom holding a 7-5 lead. Well, it looks like the underdog is actually leaning into this upset. After that 6-round burst, the top seed is struggling to keep pace. Time to see how this holds up. Another smooth win for Catalyst, who is really digging deep to bridge this gap. This is a totally different game than what we expected going in. Absolutely unreal. He's completely erased that deficit to tie the series up at 7-7. What a turnaround! Completely resetting the board right here. That was a lightning fast engagement between them both on the ramp to put Phantom back in the lead. He really has the upper hand across their entire head-to-head history. Phantom tracks him down on the ramp to extend his lead, showing he's firmly back in the driver's seat. He's really making a case for that top spot today. He keeps his cool from the ramp to put the pressure right back on his opponent. Everything is falling into place for the favorite today. He manages to drop Phantom right off the ramp to keep this climb going. He needed a win like that to stay in the fight. Phantom proves too sharp today, quickly shutting down Catalyst from the Tetris to extend his lead. He seems to be maintaining his 4-1 pace for the day. A totally clean exchange for Catalyst, who refuses to let his opponent pull away. Phantom effortlessly cuts him down from the ramp, putting himself just one round away from victory. The higher rank is truly asserting himself in the clutch. And there it is. Phantom secures the final blow to close out the map. He just looked too consistent throughout this map, showing exactly why he's sitting at the top of the rankings right now. Welcome to the Dunes. We've got Catalyst and Vortex stepping up for this one, and both are looking for a win. What an absolute scrap to open things off. Catalyst barely scrapes through that exchange to take the lead. These two are almost identical in the ladder rankings, but Catalyst really holds the historical advantage in their head-to-head record. It's clear that those previous wins are giving him a psychological edge. Let's see if that translates into a lead today. Vortex is on fire, securing a third straight round to put a serious grip on this map. Catalyst answers back with a clean finish to stay within striking distance. Catalyst really makes himself comfortable up high, snatching that lead back in a heartbeat. Vortex holds a slim lead as we head into 7. He's definitely making up for that loss earlier today. We're all tied up at 4 apiece now. It's a high-stakes battle between two of the top 4 players right now. Catalyst is starting to stack up the wins here, and the momentum is shifting firmly in his favor. The charge continues. He's now towering over his opponent with an impressive 3-round lead. He is simply too fast right now, closing out another huge exchange as we approach the break. Vortex really needs to find a way to settle down. Catalyst takes an 8-4 lead into the break. You know, the higher seed is really playing to his expected level here. He's showing why he has such a strong career record against Vortex. Time to see if the momentum shifts. Vortex was absolutely lightning fast there, picking him right off the box. He's proven why he's ranked so closely to the top seed. Catalyst has completely taken control, continuing a trend from his recent match where he pushed Vortex to a dominant 13-7 score. It's clear that a certain mental dominance has developed between these two today. Vortex just needs to find a way to break this pattern. Catalyst is cruising, now sitting comfortably at 10-6. It's a huge mental hurdle for him to overcome today. Vortex is starting to claw his way back into this, picking up a couple of quick rounds in a row. He's refusing to go away, securing another fast point to keep this comeback rolling. He's absolutely unstoppable right now, extending that run to 4 straight. He's completely erased the deficit. With that 5th consecutive point, we are all squared up. Unbelievable. He just cleared the box and continues his steer through the bracket. Another fast one for Vortex, and he's just one step away from ending this. Exactly the kind of result the oddsmakers were expecting today. Unbelievable. He barely holds on with a sliver of health to deny a match point victory. That was a nail-biter. He barely survived that fight. What a finish! Vortex completes the most incredible comeback to close out the series. He really dug deep to reverse the trend from their last encounter. That's a huge confidence booster for him. What a match! Welcome everyone, we've got Phantom and Vortex facing off on Orange to see who can reach 13 rounds first. Phantom has a huge lifetime edge in this head-to-head with a 61% win rate. It's a dominant pattern that seems to hold even when the rankings are this close. We'll see if Vortex can finally break that trend today. Phantom holds a slim lead as we head back in. He's looking sharp after that 13-9 win over Catalyst. Everything is swapping back and forth up until now. This is truly a toss-up right now. Vortex is fighting back, trailing by just a single round. He's absolutely dominating the session with a 5-1 record so far. Pure deadlock now, we're sitting at a 3-all stalemate. The top seed is definitely feeling the pressure here. The speed of these exchanges is incredible, neither of them is giving an inch of ground. He is certainly playing like the top seed in the world. Phantom has a perfect 5-1 record so far today. It's that kind of momentum that makes him look almost invincible right now. It'll be tough for Vortex to stop the slide. A complete shutout in that exchange, extending his lead to 6-3. He looks completely locked in as the league's current #1. Just an absolute wall of force right now as he keeps the streak rolling. A mirror image of their last meeting on Italy P. Vortex secures another point to keep the pressure on as we head into the break. Phantom is up 7-5. Well, the betting side really underestimated him today. He's capitalizing on that 63% win rate on Orange to keep the favorite on his heels. Fresh start for the second half. That was a chaotic scramble, but he managed to outlast the exchange and keep the comeback alive. A nice tight exchange there to claw back some ground. Phantom regains a bit of breathing room at 8-6. The top seed in the world is refusing to let the momentum shift. Phantom puts more distance between them, now sitting at 9-6. He's just too fast, taking another one without taking any damage. Vortex answers back immediately with a swift, clean shot. He's showing some resilience after that tough defeat on Italy. Another effortless take for Vortex, refusing to let the lead slip further away. Things are getting tense for the pre-match favorite. Phantom is really making things difficult for Vortex here as he starts to pull away again. The top seed is just finding a way to keep control. Absolute precision from Phantom to shut down that mini run and secure a massive advantage. Unbelievable. He shuts the door with one final perfect shot to close out the series. He's just too clinical today, putting together another strong result to move his record to 6 wins for the session. Welcome to the arena. Catalyst and Phantom are stepping up to see who takes home the win today. Phantom has looked incredibly sharp today, with a 6-1 record over the last day, and that confidence is clearly carrying over into this particular rivalry. He's the best player on our ladder right now, so it makes sense that he's dictated the early pace. We'll see if Catalyst can find a way to pivot. Unbelievable. Phantom manages to survive a chaotic exchange and finally pushes the lead to 2-1. That's a nail-biter. He just barely walked away with that one. And just like that, Catalyst levels the playing field. He's playing the role of the upset tonight. Catalyst takes a slim 3-2 lead heading into the next. He's really fighting back after that 13-9 loss in their last match. Phantom manages to track him down on the Tetris, bringing this a dead heat. Neither player has been able to separate themselves since the start. What a scramble! He nearly lets it slip, but manages to hold the ramp and secure the 4-3 lead. Phantom claws back, and we are all tied up at 4 apiece. Catalyst takes control from Heaven and manages to carve out a 1-round lead. It's a toss-up whenever these two are on the same ground. Phantom just reads him perfectly, catching Catalyst while he was perched up on the Tetris. Absolute chaos in that exchange, but Catalyst digs deep from the ramp to snatch a precarious lead. We're all square at 6-6 heading into the break. You know, this is exactly what we anticipated from these two. Neither man has given an inch, and it feels like a dead heat right now. Fresh start for both. Phantom breaks the deadlock to move one ahead. That long-term dominance in their history is certainly showing today. Catalyst strikes back quickly to tie it at 7. An absolute grind as the number 3 ranked player fights for position. Phantom shuts that down fast, simply refusing to let Catalyst keep a footing on the Tetris. The top seed is putting on a clinic today. Phantom has already secured 2 wins in their head-to-head matchups today, and honestly, his recent 6-1 record over the last day is starting to look like an insurmountable wall. He is really punishing every small mistake Catalyst makes. The question is whether his opponent can find a way to break this streak. Unreal. Phantom nearly goes down but manages to clear the Tetris and secure a razor-thin victory. The pressure is really mounting on Catalyst now that he's fallen 3 rounds behind. The gap in their head-to-head total is starting to feel very real. He's just too fast, and now we're at match point. He's just completely locked into the server right now. Boom! He shuts it down right there and seals the victory. He's completely dominated the head-to-head series lately, and it shows. He just looks too polished right now. Welcome everyone! We're in Italy for a big clash between Catalyst and Vortex. Let's see who takes this one. Catalyst holds a significant lead in their head-to-head history with 846 wins. It's interesting because Vortex actually took their most recent encounter. Now we see if that confidence carries over as the match progresses. Catalyst is cruising right now, holding a tight 2-1 lead. Their ranks are practically identical on the ladder. The speed of these encounters is wild. Catalyst is just reading the movements perfectly right now. Vortex is fighting back hard, trailing by just 1. Catalyst is really pulling away with a 4-2 advantage. An impressive showing considering he's struggled today. Vortex is really hanging in there, keeping this series incredibly close. This really feels like a toss-up between the top 4 on the ladder. Catalyst has really struggled over the last day, going 2-6 so far. It's clear he's trying to shake off a tough run of form. He'll need this lead to hold if he wants to avoid another frustrating result. Vortex is showing a lot of grit, taking a completely untouched round to keep his hopes alive. He's completely taking control of this momentum, scoring another rapid point before the half. Catalyst takes a 7-5 lead into the break. It's exactly how you'd expect it to go, given the gap in their overall skill levels. He's fighting through a rough day and managed to stay ahead for now. Let's see if the lead holds. Vortex just cleared him off the wine, showing some serious resolve to stay in this. He's really starting to justify that favorite tag going into this series. He just completely shuts things down from the wine, leveling the series at 7-7. Everything is back on the table now. He's completely taken over this match, securing his 3rd straight point to climb back into the lead. He's completely flipped the script on this series. Unreal. He somehow digs himself out of that hole to square the match at 8-8. Catalyst regains the edge with a 9-8 lead. His higher seeding is starting to manifest in this set. A lightning fast exchange that puts everything back on equal footing. Absolutely ruthless efficiency on that last exchange. Vortex is proving incredibly stubborn, outdueling his opponent once again to take a narrow lead. He is simply too fast right now, moving within striking distance of closing the series. A huge swing for Vortex, who now needs only one final round to close this out. A desperate stand for Catalyst, who manages to force the tension higher as he refuses to go down. And there it is! A perfect final shot to secure the victory for Vortex. He just completely dominated the late game. Catalyst fought until the very end, but he's just not finding his rhythm today. What a fight! Welcome everyone to Mapas. Phantom and Vortex are stepping up for this duel, with the favorite looking strong today. Phantom enters this one with a 7-1 record over the last 24 hours. So yeah, he's clearly carrying a lot of momentum right now. It'll be interesting to see if he can maintain that pace against an opponent who historically knows how to challenge him. He catches Vortex from the ramp to secure another straight victory. He's definitely playing like the top-rated seed right now. Vortex claws back into this with a sharp peek from the ramp. It's still a bit early to call this an upset. A complete shutdown here, as he refuses to let the momentum slip away. That's a clean pair of rounds for the underdog. He locks it down again from the ramp to even the score. Vortex is making the most of this opportunity to play the spoiler. A very tight exchange that puts him back in front by 1. His high ranking is starting to show in these exchanges. Phantom has beaten Vortex over 2,500 times in their overall history. That's a massive head-to-head gap that usually spells trouble for the opposition. He's looking to turn this particular match into another one-sided affair. Phantom uses that high ground to his advantage, keeping the pressure on with a quick win from the ramp. Phantom is really pulling away now, leading 7-4. His top spot on the ladder is looking well deserved. Phantom takes an 8-4 lead into the break. Well, he's completely flipped the script on the pre-match expectations. The underdog is looking far too comfortable right now for the crowd's liking. Vortex needs a huge reset here. Phantom's just dominant, sitting pretty at 9-4. He's really making life difficult for the top 3 seed. Vortex finds a glimmer of hope at 9-5. He's definitely fighting for a better result than that last loss. He's just too quick for him right now. Those reactions are on another level. It's been a challenging day for the world's 3rd best player. Unbelievable! He manages to scrape through that exchange with a single health point left. Absolute luck of the draw to survive that one. Vortex just needed a quick win here to slow things down a bit. He's fighting an uphill battle against the current number 1. He just clears the ramp and puts himself in a position to seal the game. Just barely had to fight for that one after a very quick exchange. What a finish! He fights through a brutal exchange to secure the final kill and the victory. That's just another victory for the top seed, continuing a tier that's basically seen him sweep the floor today. Welcome to the Berserk League. Catalyst and Phantom are facing off on fast aim to see who takes the win. Phantom is looking like the far more dangerous competitor today with an 8-1 record over the last day. It's definitely a contrast to the current scoreline, considering Catalyst has really been struggling lately. We'll see if he can actually find a way to pull this back. He's completely in control, picking Phantom off the window to stay perfect. He's normally the one dominating this head-to-head rivalry. He secures a flawless line of sight from the window to keep this streak alive. The top-seeded player is completely off his game right now. Phantom manages to pick him off the ramp to get back on the board. He's the best player on our ladder for a reason. What a statement! He's completely shutting down the momentum to close the gap. The favorites are starting to assert themselves. Catalyst manages to hold that ramp effectively and really begins to push his lead. He's fighting an uphill battle after that tough series of losses. Phantom is showing some real grit here, ending that exchange in a blink. Catalyst is currently holding a 3-round lead despite having a win rate below 50% on this specific map. It's an interesting shift from his usual playstyle here. As he's fighting against the general trend of the matchup, we have to see if this momentum can actually hold up. A huge play from the ramp as Phantom keeps the pressure high, heading into the break. A very clean look at the headshot to keep the momentum rolling. We've got a deadlock at 6 is going into the break. Honestly, the server is mirroring the pre-match expectations perfectly despite a 4-round burst from Catalyst. Phantom is playing a steady game to keep this tight. Let's see who takes the lead. He holds his ground from the ramp to seize the lead, showing incredible poise after that earlier deficit. He's certainly proving why he's the one to beat this evening. Another round goes to him, putting a strong end to that short burst of momentum from his opponent. A crushing blow for the man sitting in the lower half of the rankings. He is simply unstoppable right now, extending his lead to 9-6. It's getting harder for the underdog to find a way back. He keeps rolling, securing another duel from the ramp to stretch the distance. The skill gap on the ladder is becoming glaringly obvious. He is just outclassing everyone right now, barely breaking a sweat as he keeps this run alive. Catalyst manages to knock him off the ramp and puts a stop to the run. Even the best player on our ladder can be caught off guard. He's finding his footing again, putting on a show from the ramp to bring this game closer. It's rare to see the top-rated guy get pushed this hard. He's really digging deep now, continuing this run from the ramp to put some serious pressure on the lead. He completely shuts the door on that challenge, bringing himself within a single round of victory. That was a clean response to keep the lead safe. Another strong response from Catalyst, who refuses to let the match slip away. A tough spot to be in for the favorite here. What a shot. He catches Phantom right off that wine box to stay alive in this match. That's some incredible timing to keep the pressure building. Unbelievable. He digs deep to secure the final kill and completes the incredible comeback victory. He really had to sweat for that one, but he keeps his composure to finish it out. A massive effort from both of them. What a battle. Welcome everyone to the Dunes. We've got Catalyst and Vortex facing off to see who can claim the victory today. Catalyst is historically a heavy favorite with a win rate over 58% against Vortex. But that confidence is probably shaken after losing their most recent encounter on another map. We have to see if he can shake off this cold start. Vortex is firmly in control with a 2-1 lead. The higher ranked player is really showing his teeth right now. Vortex is just making this look way too easy right now. He's really leaning into that free rating today. Vortex is pushing hard with a 3-2 advantage. The favorite is still trying to find some stability today. And just like that, Catalyst claws back to a deadlock. He's fighting his way out of a rough 2-8 day. These exchanges are happening so fast. The pacing of this match is absolutely electric. A very solid start for a guy sitting in the top 4. Vortex is really making a statement here, keeping the pressure high from that elevated spot. That box position is just too oppressive for him. He wins another duel from the box, and the momentum is shifting heavily in his favor. A lightning fast reaction here from Catalyst, refusing to let his opponent pull away. Vortex is showing a lot of confidence today, which makes sense since he's the one in better shape over his last few outings. While Catalyst is clearly struggling to shake off that recent slump, it will be interesting to see if he can flip the script before the half. Vortex takes a healthy 8-4 lead into the break. We're seeing a total reversal of the historical script here. Catalyst is just not showing up today, while the underdog is playing with a ton of aggression. Vortex is nearly there, sitting comfortably at 9-4. He's putting on a clinical performance across the board today. Vortex just completely dismantled him, easily clearing Catalyst off that high ground. What a scrap! He manages to outlast his opponent with a tiny sliver of health left. Catalyst manages to pick him off the box with a clean spray. He's fighting an uphill battle today after that tough match against Phantom. He's really putting the pressure on now, getting the better of Vortex despite the rough start to the series. Absolute lightning speed there. He just refuses to let this run end. He is on fire now. That's 4 straight for Catalyst and he's looking completely untouchable. Vortex shuts that comeback down quickly, putting himself just 1 round away from victory. He really is proving to be the stronger pick for this match. A huge save here as Catalyst clears him off the box to stay alive. Pure adrenaline in that exchange to keep the dream alive. Boom! Vortex shuts the door right here to take the victory. He's finally getting the better of the top 5 guy, and it looks like the momentum is really swinging his way. Welcome to the Berserk League. We have Phantom and Vortex facing off today on red line for a great match. Phantom enters this one with a dominating 9-1 record today. It's surprising to see him start slow given how he's been dismantling the competition. We'll have to see if he can translate that overall form into a lead here. Vortex is putting on a great show early, picking Phantom right off that ramp. Vortex is really putting the pressure on early, picking Phantom off the ramp to move further ahead. He's really fighting back after that 13-6 loss earlier today. Vortex holds a narrow lead as we enter round 6. He really has the historical edge in this rivalry. Vortex is just too quick, shutting that down instantly while Phantom was trying to hold the ramp. Vortex keeps a slim edge with a 4-3 lead. The current number 1 seed is starting to tighten his grip. Phantom really is the gold standard with that 61% lifetime head-to-head win rate. It's a bit jarring to see the most consistent player in the league struggling to find any footing here. It will be interesting to see if those stats eventually start to matter. A completely untouched return for Phantom, who is refusing to let this match slip away. He's showing exactly why he came in as the favorite here. Vortex is cruising now, comfortably up by 3. He's certainly playing like the world number 3 today. Vortex takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Well, the match is playing out exactly as we thought it would. The favorite is comfortably in charge and looks poised to close this out. Time for a reset. A fierce battle on the ramp ends with Phantom coming out on top, showing a real grit in this fight. The tide is definitely turning in this series. Vortex still holds a 2-round cushion over Phantom. Vortex is really stepping up to the plate against the league's top seed. Vortex is still comfortably ahead at 9-6. The world number 3 is playing with a huge amount of confidence. He secures another victory from the ramp, extending his run to 3 rounds. The gap in their recent overall form is essentially non-existent right now. He's just too fast, catching the other player right off the Tetris to keep the momentum swinging. The top seed is looking completely adrift right now. Vortex simply refuses to let up, taking another clean win to put himself 1 round away from victory. He's really capitalizing on this momentum swing. What a finish! He shuts the door on this series and claims the map in style. Absolutely stellar performance to take down the top seed. He just completely outplayed a guy who's been on fire today. Welcome to Berserk League duels. We're on orange today as Catalyst takes on Phantom in a great matchup. What a fight! Both of them were practically out of health, but Phantom manages to scrape by. Phantom enters the day with a strong 9-2 record. And that confidence is really showing in these early exchanges. He's clearly comfortably in control of this series. Now let's see if Catalyst can find a way to push back. He's simply too fast right now, picking up another effortless round. Everything is going his way after that 13-11 win on Fast Aim. A perfect response from Catalyst, answering back with a totally untouched round. The underdog looks much more composed now. He is refusing to back down, taking a second straight round to close the gap. The initial favorites are suddenly under a lot of pressure. Phantom halts the run and moves to a 4-2 lead. He's really making his presence felt as the league's top-rated player. He's staying in this fight, digging deep to claw back another round. The gap between them on the ladder is closing quickly today. The head-to-head history is firmly on the side of the current leader, with Phantom holding a substantial 862 wins over his opponent. You know, those long-term stats often paint a picture of a psychological edge that we're starting to see here. It'll be interesting to see if Catalyst can break that trend. Phantom is cruising along now with a 6-4 advantage. He is definitely playing like the top seed in the world. He is staying gritty, taking another round to keep this series tight as we head toward the break. He's really starting to find a way to stay in this. We're all square at 6 apiece heading into the break. I mean, it's essentially a toss-up right now, which perfectly matches the high-level skill we expect from both players on this map. Time to see who blinks first. He's simply not stopping, securing a lead and continuing this incredible surge. It's a completely different story than we expected going into this series. Unbelievable! Both players were practically dead, but he survives by the skin of his teeth to even the score. He is just refusing to let go of this lead. Phantom regains the lead, sitting one ahead at 8. His recent 80% run is making this look like a foregone conclusion. He just can't be stopped, clawing his way back to tie the series up. A massive shift in energy for the underdog right now. What a fight. He survives a brutal trade on the thinnest of margins to take the lead. His nerve is simply otherworldly in these high-pressure exchanges. We are back to a dead heat at 9 apiece. He's really making a case for that #1 spot. Phantom takes a narrow 10-9 lead after that exchange. He's really capitalizing on his status as the top seed. Absolute chaos in that exchange, but he manages to emerge with a sliver of health still intact. His high tier ranking is proving to be a major factor here. He digs in for another tough fight, showing some serious resolve to keep the pressure on. A quick clean reaction there to flip the momentum. He secures the peak on the ramp and shuts this down, tying the game up at 11. Both players have looked equally lethal today. A complete reversal from how they started today. A sudden sharp burst of fire gives Phantom the advantage and places him on match point. That was an incredibly sharp piece of work to reclaim the lead. And there it is, he shuts the door on this series with a stunning final blow. He really leaned on that experience to close it out. Catalyst gave everything he had to make this a struggle, but he just couldn't find that final opening. What a match! Welcome everyone, we have a great matchup on Mapas today as Catalyst takes on Vortex to see who comes out on top. A fast start for Catalyst, quickly reacting to take control of the ramp. Catalyst holds a strong lead in the all-time head-to-head matchup. It's definitely a contrast to how things have been going for him today with that tough run of losses. We have to wonder if he can actually find some consistency here. Vortex is showing some real grit, shutting that down completely to get back into this. What a battle! Vortex survives by a hair from the ramp to keep this comeback alive. Vortex is finally proving why he entered as the favorite today. Absolutely ruthless, he's completely erased that early deficit to level things up. He's simply unstoppable right now, storming back to take a lead in this set. A crushing sequence for the opponent. He shuts that down quickly, picking his opponent right off the ramp to even things up. Neither side can truly pull away yet. Unbelievable, he barely survives that exchange to stay ahead as this recovery continues. Just an absolute nail-biter of an exchange. We are completely locked in at a 5-all deadlock. It's a tough spot for Catalyst given his poor run today. Catalyst is really picking up some speed here, grabbing another quick one while holding that ramp. We're looking at a 6-6 deadlock as we head into the break. I mean, the match is playing out exactly as we thought it would. Both of these players are keeping pace with each other perfectly so far. Fresh start for both guys. He's staying sharp, walking away from this duel without taking any damage. Exactly how you'd expect the favorite to play this stretch. Catalyst strikes back and we're tied up at 7. Vortex has a solid 6-6 record over the last day. He holds his ground on the ramp to push the lead to 8-7. He seems much more comfortable with a lead in his pocket. And Catalyst responds immediately, bringing the total to 8 apiece. He's fighting an uphill battle after a rough 2-10 day. Another fast reaction from Vortex, and he's still looking very composed. Just a surgical cleanup to get back in the driver's seat. The momentum has completely shifted as he keeps the pressure on to extend that lead. He's really starting to lean into that favorite status. Vortex holds a narrow edge with a 10-9 lead. That high ranking for the underdog is really showing through. We're completely deadlocked at 10 apiece. It's practically a coin toss at this point. Vortex manages to secure another point, showing a lot of heart to stay on top. That was a lightning-fast exchange to flip the script. Catalyst is really making it impossible to gain any traction, shutting down the ramp once again. An absolutely pristine finish to move this series to 12-11. He's shaking off the nerves after a very rough start to the evening. Unbelievable! He finishes it off with an untouchable sequence to claim the series. He's finally broken that brutal losing streak he's been fighting all night. He really had to dig deep for that one. What a fight! Welcome everyone, Phantom and Vortex are facing off on fast aim to see who can reach 13 rounds first. Phantom comes out swinging, taking Vortex right off that wine box for a fast start. The top seed is already making his presence felt. Vortex secures a nice response, cleaning up the exchange while holding the ramp. The ladder favorite is having to work for this one. Phantom is playing the ramp perfectly and really starting to separate himself early on. He's definitely looking to make up for that loss on red line earlier. Phantom is just too quick, reacting instantly to put Vortex back on the ground. The number 1 seed is taking full control now. He just won't let up, dropping his opponent right off the wine box for a third straight. A really commanding showing from our number 1 rated player. He's simply outclassing his opponent right now, moving his tally up to 5. He's really put on a clinic during his 10-2 run today. Absolute perfection here. He's now won 5 straight, leaving the other barely any room to breathe. Finally, some resistance here, as Vortex manages to take the fight to him on the ramp. Vortex is proving he can go toe-to-toe with the top seed. Phantom holds his ground and manages to take out Vortex from the ramp, widening that gap. He looks completely locked in today. Phantom puts that on lock from the window, really putting some distance between himself and his opponent. The top seed in the league is showing exactly why he is ranked first. Phantom just shuts everything down by catching him on the box to reclaim the momentum. Phantom leads 9-3 heading into the break. I mean, this is a total reversal of what we expected to see. He's carrying a lot of heat right now, mirroring that impressive 10-2 day he's having. Time for a total reset. Unreal. He almost went down, but manages to scramble and knock Vortex off the wine box to make it 10-3. The composure shown in that scramble was top-notch. Incredible, he barely escapes with his life after that scrap, eventually clearing him off the ramp. He's completely in control again, picking up another easy kill from the ramp to bring the score to 12-3. Vortex puts up a strong answer here, cleaning up the round without taking any damage. That was a clean way to get back into it. He strikes again, keeping his hope alive with another rapid-fire win. A surprising turn of events for the underdog in this set. Vortex is on a roll now, putting a huge stop to that push by picking him off from the toolbox. A huge shift in confidence for the underdog right now. And there it is, he closes it out with a perfectly placed shot to secure the victory. He really exerted his dominance there, effectively erasing that memory of their previous encounter. He's just in a different league today. Welcome everyone! We're on Dunes for this match between Catalyst and Phantom, where the favorite looks poised for another victory. Phantom is currently the best player in the league. It's a massive shift from the pre-match expectation where Catalyst was expected to take this. We'll see if that rating gap really settles in here. Phantom's holding a slim lead, pushing ahead 2-1. His head-to-head dominance is really starting to show here. Things have completely leveled out. After a strong start from Phantom, we're back to a dead heat. Catalyst seizes the upper hand, leading 3-2. He's really struggling to shake off those recent losses today. Phantom really doesn't let those elevation advantages slide, shutting that down instantly. Catalyst is now cruising ahead at 4-3. He is really trying to flip the script from that last encounter. Catalyst is really defying the odds with a 6-round gap in their overall head-to-head record. He's completely ignored the historical weight of this rivalry for now. It will be interesting to see if he can maintain this pressure. Absolute deadlock now with both players tied at 5. The top seed is quickly reclaiming control of this map. Phantom just completely tore through that defense, picking him off the box to secure another fast win. We're all squared up at 6-6 going into the break. Well, everything is unfolding exactly how the analysts predicted. Catalyst has stepped up to match the world #1 blow for blow so far, resetting everything for the second half. Phantom edges forward, now leading 7-6. He is definitely riding a wave of confidence today. Phantom pulls further away, now sitting at 8. He's definitely making the most of that 11-2 run today. He's completely taking over now, extending his lead to 9. Just another result like that narrow clash they had earlier today. A huge response from the underdog, who is refusing to let the gap widen further. He's really fighting for survival in this one. Unbelievable! He somehow claws through that firefight to survive with a tiny sliver of health. The #1 seed is firmly in his element here. Phantom is playing with so much speed right now, simply outreacting Catalyst, even when he's holding the high ground. Catalyst is refusing to go quiet, keeping the pressure on despite the scoreline. It's good to see the rank 5 player getting back in the fight. Phantom is just one step away from closing this out after a clean finish. A really smooth performance overall for the higher seeded side. What a lightning fast response! Catalyst refuses to just let the map slip away. What a way to close it out! Phantom shuts the door on this series with an absolute stunner of a final shot. He's putting on an absolute clinic today, just completely dominating everything he's touched so far. Welcome everyone to Italy. We have Catalyst and Vortex facing off to see who can claim victory today. Catalyst currently holds a significant edge in their all-time head-to-head history. He's really capitalizing on that psychological advantage right now. It'll be interesting to see if he can keep this pressure on Vortex to stay in control. Vortex has the momentum, leading 2 rounds to 1. Vortex is playing like the higher rated man on the ladder right now. We've got a dead heat on our hands. Both players are fighting for every inch of ground right now. Catalyst claws back ahead, taking a 3-2 lead. The top rated man on the ladder is suddenly looking very vulnerable. He is on fire right now, claiming a 3rd straight victory. His recent form has been rough, but he's looking sharp here. He takes control of the wine and just keeps steamrolling through this match. That's a tough spot for the slightly favored man to be in. Vortex answers back instantly, showing real grit to keep this contest close. That was a lightning fast exchange to stop the momentum. He's completely shutting things down, proving he's more than capable of digging himself out of this hole. Catalyst secures that win from the wine, showing a really steady presence as we head toward the halfway mark. Vortex stays aggressive to keep this contest tight as we approach the mid-match break. He's refusing to let this slip away. Catalyst takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, he's playing exactly like the favorite we expected. Vortex is keeping the gap small, so he's still very much in the game. Time to swap sides. He's proving incredibly stubborn, keeping his composure to narrow this gap. He's really fighting to prove the odds right today. Catalyst is putting on a show with that positioning, really making the most of that vantage point. Vortex has been struggling with his form lately. Just stepped up with a perfect shot, narrowing this gap even further. That was an incredibly clean exchange to get back into it. Absolute perfection from the wine as Vortex brings this series completely level. Everything is wide open now for both of them. He's completely overtaken the lead, securing his 3rd straight round in a row. He's really starting to seize the initiative here. A total shutdown by the man in the lead, extending his run to 4 straight. Vortex is just unstoppable right now, taking his 5th straight for a commanding lead. He's proving why he entered this duel with the edge. He finally breaks that run, showing some real toughness to keep this fight alive. A huge confidence boost for the man trailing right now. Unbelievable! Both players were shredded in that exchange, but he manages to survive the chaos and put himself 1 step away from victory. What a finish! Vortex secures the map with a total shutout of the wine. He really clawed back into this one and just refused to let his opponent breathe. A huge statement win for the man from the top of the rankings. Welcome everyone! Phantom and Vortex are stepping into the arena today for a high-stakes duel to see who takes the win. Phantom enters this one with a commanding 12-2 record over the last 24 hours, and that momentum is clearly visible in his head-to-head history against Vortex. We're seeing a top-tier player who knows exactly how to dismantle this specific opponent. Vortex is surging ahead with a narrow 2-1 lead. Another effortless take for Vortex, who is just simply outclassing his rival right now. A complete reversal of how we expected this to start. Phantom fights back to narrow the gap to 2-3. The world number 1 is starting to wake up. Vortex is just ruthless, pushing ahead to a 4-2 lead. He's currently the 3rd highest rated player in the league. Vortex has a 50% win rate in his most recent matches. It's clear that today he's far more consistent than his usual average. He's really challenging the favorites' hold on this series. Vortex simply refuses to let up, picking his opponent right off the ramp to secure another win. He secures a crisp response to bring the score to 3-6. That's a much needed response for the world number 1. What a nail biter! Both players were shredded, but he somehow walked away with the victory. Vortex is putting up a serious fight against the top seed. Phantom is trailing by 3 as we head into round 11. It is a tough spot for the rank 3 player to be in. Vortex takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Well, the favorite is playing exactly how we anticipated. He's kept the pressure on, and he'll look to widen that gap after the switch. Time for a fresh start. He's showing real grit, managing to scramble for the victory in a tight exchange. Both sides are showing plenty of nerves as we push deeper into this set. Vortex maintains his edge, holding an 8-6 lead. He's showing a lot of resilience against the top seed today. Unreal, he was almost completely out of health, but he clawed his way back to secure this one. The pressure is mounting for him to hold that slim lead. Vortex stays in the driver's seat at 9-7. Looking at that huge lifetime lead, Phantom holds in their head-to-head. Vortex is firmly in control with a 10-7 advantage. Just an incredible run of form from the number 3 seed. A picture-perfect strike from the favorite, who refuses to let the lead slip completely. Just a lightning-fast exchange to keep the deficit manageable. He's refusing to fold, keeping the pressure on as he claws back into this series. The momentum is shifting right as we enter the final stretch. Phantom tried to claw back, but Vortex just shut that door with a clean kill from the ramp. Both of these guys are proving why they're in the top 3. He just shuts everything down with a lightning-fast reflex, putting himself on the verge of victory. What a finish. Vortex barely survives that exchange to claim the series victory. He just proved that the history books don't mean anything when you're this locked in. Truly a massive statement win against the world number 1. What a fight! Welcome to the Berserk League. We've got Catalyst and Phantom facing off on Mappas to see who takes the win. Phantom has looked incredible today with the 12-3 record over the last day. It's clear that form is following him into this series as the top-rated player in the league. Now we just have to see if Catalyst can find a way to disrupt that momentum. Catalyst is staring down a commanding lead right now. The favorite is definitely feeling the pressure here. Things are heating up. We're back to a dead heat after those quick trades. His overall career win rate definitely suggests he's due for a strong run. Catalyst just barely edges ahead in this thriller. That's a surprising shift given their recent history together. We're completely locked in at 3-all. It makes sense given the long history between these two. These two are trading rounds rapidly. It's almost impossible to keep track of who has the upper hand.
Absolute chaos now as we've hit a 4-4 stalemate.
The top seed is proving why he's currently sitting at the peak of the ladder. Phantom claws back to a slim 5-4 lead. He really seems to have the measure of his opponent today. Just an effortless display from Phantom, who is now tearing through this series. The historical head-to-head definitely favors the world number one. Phantom clears him off the ramp, continuing this fierce run as we approach the break. Just a complete collapse of momentum from the 5th seed. Phantom takes a big lead heading into the break at 8-4, and honestly, the underdog is making this look way too easy. He's just totally outclassing the expected favorite right now. Time to switch sides. The disparity in their recent form is staggering, with Catalyst managing only 10% of his last 10 matches. Well, combined with the struggle he's having in this specific series, he looks completely out of sorts. It's going to take a massive shift in energy to avoid a total blowout. Phantom is simply cruising now with a 10-5 advantage. That was an incredibly sharp reaction to close things out. It feels like Phantom is just in complete control right now, moving toward a very comfortable finish. Both players are trading rounds back and forth now. We're seeing a much more competitive fight as we head into the final stretch. He's certainly making a case for his top 5 spot right now. A lightning fast reaction to shut down the ramp as Phantom moves into a position to end this right now. Catalyst refuses to just hand over the game, securing a huge round for himself. He's not going down quietly, as another clean shot keeps the dream alive. Suddenly we have a real fight on our hands. He is absolutely on fire right now, holding the ramp to claim another one. Unbelievable! Phantom shuts everything down and claims the series win. He's just playing a completely different game today. That's another huge result for the top seed to keep his momentum rolling. Welcome everyone, we have Catalyst and Vortex facing off on orange. The favorite looks to bounce back from a rough streak. Catalyst is really struggling today with a 3-13 record over the last 24 hours. That's a huge tip for someone who normally owns the head-to-head matchup. I'm wondering if he can shake those losses off and actually compete here. He's just completely take over this opening, moving into a commanding position early on. He's showing some real grit, answering back with an effortless headshot. Unbelievable. Vortex barely hangs on after a chaotic exchange, surviving with a sliver of health. Vortex is just relentless, now leading 5-1. Vortex has historically played a very disciplined game on this map, with his 52% win rate. And honestly, it's a stark contrast to how Catalyst has been falling apart in his recent series. We're seeing if that gap in confidence is actually going to hold. Vortex still has the upper hand at 6-3. He's normally the big favorite when these two clash. The rounds are flying by today, and Vortex is definitely capitalizing on that speed to keep his lead. Squeezing through with just a handful of health, that was a nail-biter of an exchange. The higher seed is certainly asserting his authority here. Vortex takes an 8-4 lead into the break, and honestly, this is a total reversal of the usual dynamic. Catalyst is simply failing to live up to his top seed status today. Time to switch sides. Vortex is cruising toward a blowout at 9-4. The ladder placement is making sense right now as the number 3 seed stays in control. Catalyst clawed one back, but Vortex still leads 9-5. He's certainly looking to get back to his usual numbers in the head-to-head. Vortex is just a step ahead right now, keeping the pressure on and refusing to let Catalyst get any momentum going. Vortex is putting on a serious clinic here, just staring down his opponent and winning the trade almost every single time. Catalyst is definitely not ready to go down without a fight, fighting for every single round here. Vortex manages to secure that heavy encounter, leaving him just a single round away from victory. A sharp response from Catalyst to keep this series alive for now. That was a blistering quick reaction. He's just refusing to quit, denying that match point chance with another huge play. The momentum is shifting in a way we didn't expect from the start. Another huge top from the underdogs, and this comeback is starting to feel real. Simply untouchable right now, with the momentum completely swinging in his favor. It's a complete turnaround from how this series started. What a finish! Vortex survives a brutal firefight to close out the match. He really had to sweat it out at the end, but that's a huge statement win for the number 3 seed. He had to fight for every inch today. Hard-fought victory. Welcome everyone. Phantom and Vortex are stepping onto dunes to see who can reach 13 rounds first. Phantom is the heavy favorite with a 61% win rate in their head-to-head history. It's interesting to see that, despite those odds, Vortex actually took their most recent encounter. We'll have to see if he can maintain that mental edge today. Phantom holds a slim lead as they move forward. The number 1 seed is starting to look the part. Vortex takes full control of the pace here, catching Phantom out from the box to pull ahead. He's really playing his best against the league leader today. Phantom reached the angle perfectly, taking Vortex right off the box to extend that lead. Phantom is putting on a clinic, leading 4-2. Just a brutal start for the number 3 seed. He's completely taken over the match, securing a 3rd consecutive victory. And he shuts it down again, picking Vortex right off the box for a 4th straight. He is simply outclassing his opponent right now, securing his 5th straight victory. Unreal! He claws back into the game, surviving by a mere sliver of health after that chaotic exchange. Phantom has been on a tear today with a 13-3 record over the last 24 hours. It's really showing in the way he's dismantling the competition. I wonder if Vortex can pull a few rounds back to keep this competitive. Phantom heads into the break with a 9-3 lead. Honestly, this is a shocking start for Vortex given how the odds looked. The top seed is completely taking over the series right now. What a scramble! He barely escapes with his life, clutching out a victory by the skin of his teeth. The top seed is definitely asserting his dominance today. These matches are ending instantly. Phantom is just too quick for him right now. Vortex manages to drag him down off that box and keeps himself in the game. Vortex really knows how to challenge the top guy on the ladder. What a fight! He barely scrapes through that exchange, putting himself one step closer to the victory. Absolutely effortless. He closes out the series right now and secures the victory. He really made a statement with that one, putting on a total show for the crowd today. Welcome everyone. Catalyst and Phantom are heading to Italy for this matchup to see who takes the win. Phantom is clearly the favorite here, holding a significant lead in their head-to-head history. It's a bit surprising to see Catalyst start with the lead, especially considering how struggled he's been throughout the day. He'll need a very strong start to offset that gap. Phantom takes a commanding 2-1 lead right now. The world #1 is looking sharp today. He just shuts that door, picking Catalyst off the wide to push his lead to 3. He's absolutely on fire throughout his matches today. Unbelievable, he barely survives that absolute war of attrition to pull back within 1. It's been a tough road for him today with that 3-14 record. Catalyst just secures a huge momentum swing, clearing Phantom out from the wine to tie this thing up. He's refusing to let that rating difference dictate this match. Phantom is just too quick for him right now, simply erasing Catalyst from that wine position. What a scramble. He barely walks away from that chaos with a sliver of health left. He's looking extremely composed right now. He's simply too sharp, taking the round with a clean kill to extend his run. A fast and tidy exchange that keeps the pressure on, bringing the score to 4-6. Another clinical play from the wine, and the gap is continuing to close. We've got a deadlock at 6-6. Honestly, this fits the narrative perfectly. Catalyst is proving he can hold his own against the world #1, but Phantom is still playing like the top seed. Total reset from here on out. Phantom edges ahead, taking a thin 7-6 lead. The #1 seed is starting to exert his will. A hard-fought exchange, but Catalyst manages to outlast him to bring the score back to a dead heat. The gap on the ladder isn't meaning much right now. Phantom was just way too fast, catching Catalyst right as he tried to hold that wine position. Phantom has been in incredible form today with a 14-3 record so far. It's that same confidence we're seeing as he puts distance between himself and the opposition. He's certainly in a better place mentally than Catalyst right now. A total shutout as he plucks Catalyst right off the Tetris to keep this run rolling. He just can't find an answer as he keeps this streak alive, moving 1 point away from victory. Absolutely effortless! Phantom finishes this game with a perfect final round to take the series. Just an absolute stomp in the final stretch. This guy is simply on another level of play today. Welcome to the show. We've got Catalyst and Vortex stepping up for a high-stakes battle on Fast Aim. Catalyst holds a massive historical lead with over 800 total wins in their head-to-head history. It's interesting because he's actually been struggling quite a bit in his most recent matches. He'll need to find that old confidence if he wants to pull away from this series. He picks Vortex right off the ramp to secure a flawless start. A strange start for the higher-rated man tonight. A total shutout so far as he puts 4 straight in the win column. Vortex typically holds the edge on this particular map. He's simply not missing a shot, taking total control of the early game. Vortex answers back, clearing him off the ramp. Vortex has definitely been the more consistent player recently. Vortex is making things interesting now, picking Catalyst right off the ramp to pull closer. He's really putting that recent form on display right now. Vortex is currently sitting as the 3rd highest rated player in our league. It's a significant gap in skill that we're seeing translate into a very tight contest right now. He just needs a few more rounds to flip the script completely. Catalyst just took that from the planks and he's really starting to build some momentum here. He's showing a lot more resilience than in those matches against Phantom. Vortex shows some great reactions there, punishing Catalyst for staying too high on the ramp. Vortex is quickly closing the gap here, catching Catalyst right as he tried to hold the ramp. It's a familiar pattern, seeing Vortex take control of things. Catalyst takes an 8-4 lead into the break. He's playing exactly like the favorite we expected. That 5-round burst of speed really separated him from Vortex in the first half. Vortex needs a fast start here. Catalyst is firmly in the driver's seat at 9-4. He is certainly turning his day around after that rough 3-15 start. Vortex just punished him for staying up on the wine box, finally breaking that little streak. The number 3 seed in the league is refusing to go away. Vortex isn't letting up, catching Catalyst again while he was perched up on that box. Catalyst secures a strong lead, taking control from the toolbox to put himself in a great spot. Catalyst is really starting to separate himself here, using that wine box for a great vantage point. He just won't let up, securing another victory from the ramp to reach match point. It's looking like the prediction was spot on tonight. Vortex manages to carve out a small victory, staying completely healthy in the exchange. It's a tough mountain to climb from here. What a finish! Catalyst closes it out with a clean shot from the ramp to seal the series. He completely flipped the switch. After such a rough start to his day, that was exactly the statement he needed to make. Welcome everyone to Redline. We have Phantom taking on Vortex in today's duel to see who comes out on top. Unbelievable! Phantom survives by the skin of his teeth after that chaotic scramble on the ramp. Phantom has entered today in a fierce rhythm, going 15-3 in the last 24 hours. It's interesting to see that early confidence meeting some unexpected resistance from Vortex. We'll see if the league leader can settle back into his pace. Phantom shuts it down from the ramp, and we're completely deadlocked again. He's looking very comfortable against this opponent today. Phantom secures the higher ground on the ramp and just completely takes over the momentum here. The top seed is really asserting his authority right now. Both players were shaken up in that exchange, but he walks away with a third straight victory. He's on fire now, taking a fourth straight to put himself firmly in control. He's continuing that dominant form from their last head-to-head. Absolutely oppressive. He's now claiming 5 straight, leaving Vortex in the dust. He's looking every bit like the top-rated player in the league. Simply effortless, he clears the ramp and takes his 6th straight victory. Simply ruthless, he's just continuing to push the lead to A2. What a fight. He barely survives that exchange, digging deep to keep the streak alive before the break. Phantom takes a huge lead at 9-3. I mean, we expected a fight, but the underdog is just running away with this game. It's a total reversal of how the betting market viewed this pairing today. Time to see some fight from Vortex. Phantom has traditionally dominated this pairing by winning 61% of their encounters. So yeah, it's a massive swing in momentum to see the top seed suddenly losing ground after such a strong start. Whether he can snap this streak back is the big question now. He just doesn't let up, dropping the man right off the Tetris to keep this run going. He just deletes the opposition right off the box to stay well ahead. The overall skill gap between these two is definitely showing. Vortex comes out on top here, using the elevation of the Tetris to snag another round. Still a long climb ahead for the number 3 seed. Phantom is just too quick, picking him off the ramp in a flash. His recent history against this opponent is just stifling. A sudden, sharp response from Phantom to put himself just one more round away from victory. Vortex wins a lightning-fast exchange to push the game further. A dangerous sign for the favorite as he starts to slip. What a finish! Phantom pulls the trigger and wipes the board to seal the victory. He's just on another level right now. That win streak in the first half was a total clinic. Welcome everyone, Catalyst and Phantom are stepping into the arena to see who comes out on top today. Catalyst gets the early lead by claiming that top spot on the Tetris. The top seed is looking for a response after that start. Phantom currently sits at the top of our ladder, and it is very apparent why he is our highest rated player right now. His current momentum has been practically untouchable throughout the day, making this specific pairing look like a mismatch. Catalyst is firmly in control with a 3-1 lead. He's having a tough day so far with a 4-15 record overall. And he's just not letting up. He walks away from this one without taking a single point of damage. The heat wave continues and he's just completely taking over this series. Just total authority now as he pushes the lead to 6-1. Phantom finally gets a result here, snapping the streak and getting back on the board. It's a good reminder that he's the #1 ranked player. Phantom keeps his high ground and takes control of the pace here. He really seems to have Catalyst's number today. Catalyst has an overall win rate of 61% in his career, so he's clearly capable of fighting through these high-pressure situations. It will be interesting to see if he can maintain this gap despite the historical edge Phantom usually holds. Catalyst takes a huge 9-3 lead into the break. I mean, the favorite is simply doing whatever he needs to do right now. He has a very comfortable cushion as we head into the second half. Let's see if Phantom finds his rhythm. Catalyst is just dominating, extending his lead to 10-3. It's a massive turnaround for the 5th seeded player. Phantom gets another, but Catalyst still holds a 10-4 lead. Phantom is finally starting to claw back into this, making the score a lot more interesting. The momentum has completely shifted now, with the top seed securing his 3rd straight point. A quick reaction from the leader to put an end to that run. That's a massive result for a guy who's been struggling throughout the day. Unreal, he barely survives that exchange to put himself on the verge of victory. A flawless display of precision from Phantom to keep the dream alive. The top seed is starting to find some gaps in that defense. What a finish! He barely survives the exchange to shut the door and secure the victory. He really put on a clinic today, proving that those rankings don't mean everything once the fighting starts. Welcome everyone, Catalyst and Vortex are facing off on Orange today to see who takes the win. Catalyst holds a significant lead in their career head-to-head, taking over 58% of their lifetime meetings. Well, it's starting to look like a repeat of their last encounter where Catalyst cruised to a comfortable victory. Vortex will need to find a way to shut that down early. Vortex is lagging behind by 1, struggling to keep pace. The number 3 ranked player in our rating looks a bit shaky. These two are just trading snapshots, but Catalyst is starting to really pile on the pressure. He's simply outclassing him right now, taking another round without taking any damage. A sudden snap from Vortex to answer back, showing some real grit here. A huge moment for the underdog to shake things up. Vortex actually holds the upper hand historically on this specific layout, but that isn't translating to the server today. He's struggling to close the gap despite having the technical advantage here. A flawless peak as he secures his second straight win, really narrowing the gap. He's starting to look like the favorite in this match. Unbelievable. He's completely erased that deficit to bring us back to a dead heat. A clean exchange that puts him back in control before the upcoming break. Catalyst takes a 7-5 lead into the break. You know, this is exactly how we expected the first half to go. He's comfortably managing the pace and staying on top of the higher ranked opponent. Let's see who finds the rhythm first. That was a wild trade of shots, but he manages to outlast him and stay alive. A critical moment for the trailing player to claw back. Wow, what a scramble. He barely walks away from that exchange, but he manages to completely level the score. He's just not letting up now, securing a third straight for the lead. The odds are shifting fast as the momentum swings. And he's back in the game, evening things up once again. Vortex is certainly feeling the weight of his current struggle. Catalyst pulls ahead again, narrowly holding a one-round edge. Vortex is having a tough run overall today, dropping 3 of his last 4. Absolute carnage from the favorite as he keeps the streak rolling. Vortex has been in a rough patch with a trio of defeats today. Goodness, he barely sneezed through that one. A desperate scramble that leaves him with a sliver of health. This is getting critical. Catalyst is really tightening his grip on this series. He's really capitalizing on his opponent's rough day. He's back in the driver's seat, putting himself just 1 victory away from the win. That's exactly how the higher seed is supposed to close out the game. What a finisher! He shuts the door completely to secure the victory. He's just too consistent for Vortex today, regardless of who's supposedly favored on this map. Another win in the bag for the higher seed. Welcome to the league. Phantom and Vortex are facing off on Italy today, with Phantom entering as the favorite. Phantom has an all-time 64% win rate that really sets the standard here. It's impressive that he's maintained at over 20,000 games. I want to see if he can put that consistency to use after the slow start. Phantom is firmly in control now, leading 2-1. Vortex has had a really rough stretch across his last few games. This match is essentially a coin flip right now, with neither player able to keep the lead for more than one round. What a scrap. He claws it back in a wild firefight to take the lead. The rank 1 seed is feeling the pressure early. Vortex wipes him off the wine, putting himself in total control of this match. Unreal, he barely survives that trade coming out of the fray with almost nothing left. That's a healthy start to the day with 16 wins already. Vortex has really struggled in their past encounters, with Phantom holding a massive 61% win rate in their head-to-head history. It's a complete shift in momentum to see the lower rated player dictating the pace like this. The key now is whether Vortex can keep this pressure up into the double digits. Phantom is showing a lot of grit, securing a clean look at the target to narrow the gap. Vortex still holds a solid 3-round cushion here. The number 3 player in the league is really finding his footing. Vortex takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Well, the favorite is doing exactly what he needed to do here. He's managing to keep a small cushion while dealing with a few scary moments. Time to switch it up. Vortex is staring down an 8-5 lead now. He's definitely not playing like the usual underdog today. He makes this look easy, putting on a display of raw skill to narrow that gap. He's definitely showing why he holds the higher rank on the ladder. Vortex is really cruising with a 3-round advantage. He's definitely punching up against the top seed right now. Both players took significant damage in a chaotic exchange, but he's managed to come out on top. That was an absolute nail-biter for both of them. Vortex holds a commanding 3-point lead over Phantom. Vortex is finally breaking out of that recent slump. He just keeps fighting, refusing to let the gap widen further. That was a lightning-fast exchange to secure the point. Vortex is really putting the heat on now, putting some serious distance between himself and the top seed. A total shutdown. He shuts the door on any hope of a comeback and is now just a single round away from the victory. He refuses to go down without a fight, digging in to keep this set alive. Vortex will want to close this out quickly after that stumble. Unbelievable. He shuts it down right here and claims the victory. To take down the top seed with a performance like that, it's just huge for the guy's confidence. Welcome everyone to the Berserk League. Catalyst and Phantom are stepping onto Mappas to see who comes out on top. Phantom is carrying a massive amount of momentum with a 16-5 record today. It's interesting to see that strength translate here, since he's historically the one who dominates this head-to-head. Now the question is if Catalyst can recover from a rough 24 hours to put up a fight. Phantom is firmly in control with a 2-1 lead. He's looking for a repeat of that 13-7 result from their last meeting. Phantom is really putting the pressure on early. If he keeps this pace, this could be a very short series. Phantom is just relentless, climbing to a 4-1 lead. That top spot on the ladder is starting to show. A flawless response there, showing real grit as he claws back another round. He's fighting the narrative of being the underdog here. Phantom has a clear advantage here, holding a 70% win rate on this map. It's a stark contrast to Catalyst, who typically sees a dip in performance when playing these specific corners. We're seeing a complete reversal of their most recent encounter. Phantom's just cruising along with a 6-3 lead. The number 1 seed is definitely feeling some tension now. Another strong play from the ramp as he continues this surprising surge. The underdog is starting to find an opening. Unreal, he barely scrapes through the round, surviving with a sliver of health after a fierce battle on the ramp. The world number 1 is regaining his footing. Phantom holds a 7-5 lead, heading into the break. Well, the favorite isn't showing up today. He's really leaning into that 70% map win rate to keep the pressure high. Time for a total reset. Phantom is really starting to separate himself, which is impressive given how quickly these rounds are being decided. The top-rated player is proving too difficult to shake. Phantom is just dominating a 9-5 lead right now. That was a lightning fast trade for the lead. Catalyst just reads him perfectly, catching Phantom right as he stepped onto the ramp. He's showing that same resolve we saw in their last meeting. Good heavens, he barely walks away from that exchange with a sliver of health remaining. A gutsy recovery, barely hanging on after that chaotic fight. Incredible, he's just completely outlasted him in a brutal slugfest, narrowing the deficit to a single round. Phantom quickly shuts things down to keep his lead steady. The top seed in the league is definitely finding his stride. Phantom is just refusing to let Catalyst back into this game. The top-rated guy in the league is showing his class. He keeps chipping away, refusing to let this game slip away completely. The gap in the ratings is starting to feel negligible right now. A completely clean shot there, putting him just 1 round away from victory. The speed of that reaction was just pinpoint. A stunning response by Catalyst, who refuses to let this series end without a fight. He's making it way too close for comfort. What a finish! Phantom shuts the door with a perfect final shot to secure the victory. Catalyst pushed him to the absolute brink, but he just couldn't find that final gear to close it out. What a fight! Welcome to the Berserk League. We've got Catalyst and Vortex facing off right now on Fast Aim. Unbelievable. Catalyst barely survives on a single hit to secure the opener from the wine box. Vortex is answering back immediately, shutting down Catalyst's attempt to hold that ramp. Vortex seems determined to settle the score after their previous head-to-head. Catalyst really owns this particular rivalry with a 58% head-to-head win rate. It is that long-term psychological edge that usually makes him the favorite even when his recent form dips. We'll see if Vortex can actually flip that script today. Vortex is really putting the pressure on here, quickly shutting down Catalyst's attempt to play from the ramp. A total stalemate right now, as both players refuse to budge and we're locked in a dead heat. That's a rough start for a guy sitting at number 3 on the ladder. Vortex holds a slim edge with a 4-3 lead. Vortex is really playing into that higher ladder seed right now. Vortex is really starting to pile on the pressure here, taking a decisive lead and denying Catalyst any room to breathe. The top 3 seed is really starting to flex his muscles. Catalyst secures the advantage from the planks, making this a dead heat once again. He's proving he can still take down the 3rd rank. Vortex just completely neutralized that high ground advantage, and the gap is starting to widen. His current level definitely reflects that top 4 ranking. Vortex clings to a 1-round advantage as we hit 11. We've got a 6-6 deadlock heading into the break, and honestly, the favorite is holding his ground. Catalyst isn't letting that higher seed intimidate him, keeping this series completely level. Time to see who blinks first. Catalyst is really taking control of the pace here, putting the pressure on with a fast 3-round streak. He really looks comfortable today, despite the rough start to his afternoon. Vortex puts an end to that run, securing the win from the ramp. The top-seeded player is starting to find his stride. Vortex barely holds the lead as we start round 15. Vortex seems a bit more rested than his opponent today. Catalyst is really digging in his heels here, using that ramp position to keep the score perfectly level. A total coin flip now, with neither man gaining any ground. Catalyst is really flying now, taking control of the server as he pushes back against Vortex. Pure chaos now as they've both hit 9. His all-time volume is just staggering, with over 15,000 matches played. Vortex edges ahead, taking a tense 10-9 lead. It is getting difficult to watch him slide after that loss to Phantom. He is simply outclassing his opponent right now, moving toward a potential shutdown. Absolute insanity. Catalyst scrapes through with a sliver of health to secure the win from the wine box. Vortex just wipes the floor with him on the toolbox, moving a single step closer to victory. Just a hairline of health left on that one. His nerves are absolutely made of steel right now. What a fight! He clings to life and levels the series to 12-12 after that brutal exchange from the ramp. The lower seed is absolutely refusing to go away. absolutely crushing it. He's just outclassing everything Vortex throws his way right now. He's really capitalizing on the momentum from their last meeting. He's just unstoppable right now, extending his run to 4 straight. Things are starting to look like a repeat of their match on Orange. He is just on a different level right now, punishing Vortex from the toolbox to move a single point away from victory. Game over, Catalyst closes it out with a perfect sequence to secure the series. He just refused to crack in overtime. This guy's a survivor somehow, walking away from 4 different fights with practically 0 health. What a battle! Welcome to the arena. We have Phantom and Vortex facing off today to see who comes out on top. Vortex came out flying, using that ramp for a great first round view to secure the early lead. The top-rated player in the league needs to shake this off. Phantom has been absolutely on fire today with a 17-5 record. It's clear he's carrying that momentum into this series. It'll be interesting to see if he can use this early heat to finally flip the script on his head-to-head history against Vortex. He's just unstoppable right now, claiming a 3rd straight round to seize total control. Exactly what you'd expect from a top-seeded performance. He's simply in a different gear right now, securing another quick kill to extend that streak. He's just completely taken over this map, taking his first 5 straight. Exactly how you would expect the world #1 to play. Vortex puts an end to that run by picking him off the Tetris. He certainly got the confidence after that last victory on Italy. That's a 2nd straight for Vortex, who's refusing to go away. He's proving that the odds weren't everything in this matchup. A wild exchange of fire, but he manages to close the gap and secure his 3rd straight win. This is a complete shift from the expected outcome today. Phantom answers back immediately, putting a quick stop to that momentum. Phantom is currently operating at a 64% all-time win rate. It's clear why he's the favorite here, given how he manages his consistency. Vortex is a top player in his own right, but is struggling to keep up with that level of execution in this specific series. Phantom goes into the break leading 8-4. Well, it's a massive swing from what we expected based on the betting lines. He's really proving why he holds a 61% head-to-head advantage over Vortex. Vortex is staying aggressive, catching Phantom out on the Tetris to keep this match within reach. Vortex seems to have his number in this closer series. A cautious encounter, but he manages to step out of the fray completely unscathed to secure another win. He's really starting to close the distance after a rough start. Phantom still holding a solid 3-round cushion here. He's playing with a lot of composure compared to his recent run. Vortex earns a clean out from the ramp, showing some serious grit to keep this contest alive. The underdog is definitely making a statement in this half. Phantom leads 10-7, but the gap is shrinking. Vortex had dominated a good portion of their most recent encounter. Phantom is really putting the pressure on now, turning the tide in his favor with those quick wins. The top seed is really asserting his dominance here. Vortex is really tightening the screws, quickly catching Phantom while he was perched on the Tetris. The gap in the rankings isn't stopping this run. A lightning fast reaction from Phantom to put him just one step away from victory. Unbelievable. A perfect finishing touch to seal the deal and secure the victory. Vortex put up a great fight and pushed it way further than most, but the world #1 simply wouldn't let him take it. Welcome everyone, we've got Catalyst and Phantom facing off on Dunes. It'll be interesting to see if the favorite can hold their ground. Phantom is looking sharp early, taking the opening duel while Catalyst was perched up high. Phantom enters this match as the top-rated player in our system, and he's clearly leaning into that edge right now. It's a stark contrast to Catalyst, who has struggled in his recent matches today. We need to see if he can flip the script before this slips away. He's just not letting up, putting up a completely flawless start to the map. Catalyst finally earns a round of his own to get on the board. He's starting to put some serious pressure on the front runner, securing a second straight round. Phantom still holds a commanding 3-round lead here. He's definitely playing like the #1 seed right now. He's refusing to go away, closing in the gap to just 2 rounds. It's a risky spot for the top seed to be in. Unreal, he barely survives that exchange, clinging on with just a single point of health. He's certainly making a case for that top spot today. He's showing real grit now, digging deep to slice further into that early lead. This is the closest we've seen this matchup since they first stepped on server. He's really keeping the pressure up, looking poised and dangerous right before the switch. The underdog is making this an absolute grind. We're all squared up at 6-6. This is exactly what we expected from a high-level pairing. Both players are trading streaks, leaving everything wide open for the second half. Time to see who blinks first. He's completely taking over the map now, moving a full step closer to a potential comeback. Hard to believe the odds given how he's looking. A dead heat at 7-all, simply breathless. It's a classic encounter between the two most dangerous players today. He's just too quick, walking away from that exchange completely unscathed to take the lead. Catalyst strikes back, bringing us back to a tie. Just another high-pressure fight in a long history between these two. He controls the pace from the box, continuing this incredible charge to seize another lead. Phantom forces a draw again, leaving us locked at 9 apiece. He's been a force of nature today, posting an 18-5 record. He's really refusing to fold, clawing his way back into a slim lead. The underdog is simply refusing to back down now. He secures another point from the box, showing impressive resolve to hold this 2-round lead. The speed of these exchanges is incredible. We're seeing rounds decided in under a second. A total shutdown of a round, and Catalyst is now just 1 step from victory. What a performance! He closes the series with a stunning display of will to complete the comeback. To take down the world #1 right now is a massive statement. He truly looked like he had the answers today. What a fight. Welcome everyone, we have Catalyst and Vortex facing off on red line to see who comes out on top. Vortex takes an early lead by utilizing the ramp for a nice angle. Vortex is looking to shake off a bit of a slump today. That was quick. Catalyst uses the ramp to bring things level right away. The top 4 in the world are fighting for every inch. Catalyst normally holds a massive advantage here, winning 58% of their career head-to-head meetings. He's definitely a threat, though Vortex seems determined to flip the script after that loss in their last match. Vortex holds a slim 3-2 lead as we reset. He's fighting to maintain that narrow edge today. Unbelievable, he barely survives that trade on the ramp to take a commanding 2-round lead. He's really putting that high ladder rating to good use. Simply outclassed there. He's now riding a 3-round wave of momentum. He just shrugs off that high ground and claims another round, pushing his streak to 4. Catalyst puts an end to that run by dropping him off the ramp. Tough way to start the set for a player currently ranked 4th. Vortex simply refuses to let the momentum swing, knocking Catalyst right off the box to widen that lead. Just a few points shy of a double-digit cushion. A proper clash on the ramp, but Vortex is just too fast today. He's proving why he entered this as the favorite. Vortex goes into the break with a solid 8-4 lead. Catalyst was expected to run away with this one given his history on red line. He needs a huge response if he wants to save this game. Time to see some firework. Both of them were fighting for control of the ramp, but Catalyst comes out on top again. Just a huge blow to the confidence of a slight favorite. Vortex is currently showing a lot of resilience, especially since he's fighting through a rough day with a 10-14 record, right? It's a bit surprising to see him control the pace like this given his recent struggles. Vortex is just relentlessly fast right now, cleaning up the ramp before Catalyst can even react. Tough break for the number 3 seed right now. He's just not letting up, securing another effortless kill to push his lead to 11-5. A complete reversal from that 16-12 result they had on fast aim. He manages to snag another one, keeping the pressure on his opponent. He's just an inch away from finishing this off. This kind of consistency is why he's a top-rated player on the ladder. What a final shot! Vortex closes it out and secures the victory. He really stepped up his game to overcome that head-to-head history against Catalyst today. A total standout performance. Welcome everyone. Phantom and Vortex are stepping onto Maypass for a great duel, with the top seed looking to stay strong. Phantom holds a massive edge in their head-to-head history. It's interesting that the number 1 seed is currently struggling to find that same dominance today. We'll see if he can turn things around quickly. Vortex fights back to level this series at 1 apiece. Phantom pulls ahead again to claim a 2-1 lead. It's a dead heat. Neither player is letting the other get any breathing room early on. Unbelievable. He scrapes through with practically nothing left after a wild trade from the ramp. That's a serious test of resolve for the top-rated guy. Both players are deadlocked at 3-all. It's a rare struggle for the league's top-rated player to dominate today. Phantom is really starting to build some momentum, using that ramp to keep the pressure high. A brutal exchange of fire, but he comes out on top to keep the roll going. He's put together an impressive 8-6 run over the last day. He just won't let up, picking his opponent right off the ramp to extend this hot streak. He refuses to go away, digging in to slice through that run and bring the deficit down to 2. The gap in their rankings is clearly shrinking as we approach the half. Vortex keeps the pressure mounting, simply refusing to fold as he closes in on the halfway mark. He's really capitalizing on this shift in energy. Phantom takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Well, it's a completely different story than what the odds makers predicted. The underdog is leaning on a 70% win rate here to keep things tight. Fresh start for both players now. Phantom manages to clear him off the container, putting a serious dent in Vortex's hopes for a comeback. He's looking much more like the number 1 seed right now. Phantom holds a lifetime win rate of 64% against the field, and is translating that long-term stability into a very dangerous run of form right now. It will be tough for Vortex to find a way to break this rhythm. Goodness, that was an absolute nail-biter, but he barely survives to keep his win streak alive. The top seed is starting to look an awful lot like the heavy favorite again. He's just completely in control now, extending the lead to 11-5. It's an interesting contrast to how their last encounter on the map went. Vortex answers back with a sharp reaction, halting the momentum for a moment. Vortex is really starting to put the pressure on, taking control of the map right from the ramp. He's just not letting up, securing his 3rd straight win to keep the rally alive. He's showing a lot of poise against the top seed. Vortex stays hot, securing another win from the ramp to keep this charge going. The pressure is really starting to mount for the leader now. That's a total shutdown, putting him just a single round away from victory. Vortex is just fighting too hard to let the top seed close this out easily. What a finish. He secures the final kill to walk away with the victory. He really leaned on his experience to close that one out, but man, he had to sweat for every single point. Hard-fought win. Phantom enters the match with a strong 19-6 record today. He's clearly the more confident player right now, despite that slow start. It will be interesting to see if he can translate that momentum into a recovery here. Catalyst is firmly in control with a 2-1 lead. He's really putting the league's top player under pressure. These two are trading blows back and forth, neither one willing to give an inch early on. Catalyst pushes ahead, edging closer to the finish line. The top-rated man in the league needs to find an answer. Everything's reset now, as Phantom levels this match. He's looking much more comfortable now after that tougher start. Catalyst is really playing without any fear here, keeping this a nail-biter against the world number 1. What an absolute scramble! Both players were nearly depleted, but Catalyst managed to scrape through that disaster. Catalyst holds a slim 1-round edge as we restart. A huge historical advantage for the top seed on this specific layout. Total deadlock at 5 apiece. Who blinks first? The favorite is starting to exert that raw skill edge. Catalyst is really finding his footing here, and the momentum is swinging his way. Catalyst takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Well, everything is unfolding exactly as predicted. Despite Phantom's high rating, the favorite is doing his job and keeping the pace high here. New side, new energy. Catalyst clings to a narrow lead at 7-6. That was a lightning-fast exchange. The global number 1 is making his presence felt. Complete parity now. Phantom has fought back to 7. He's definitely leaning on that lifetime head-to-head advantage. Absolute perfection from the favorite, securing his 3rd straight win without taking a single point of damage. He's simply outclassing everyone right now, picking up another flawless victory to extend his run. He's completely shut down his opponent, taking a commanding lead with that 5th straight victory. The onslaught just doesn't stop. He's now 6 rounds in a row. This is exactly the result the rating board suggested. Catalyst gets a quick peek and shuts things down to keep the dream alive. The top seed is still looking very strong today. The resilience is on full display here as he secures another win to keep his hopes alive. Just absolute precision in that engagement. That's a sharp response from Phantom to put himself on the verge of victory. He needed that response immediately after the previous trade. A great exchange there, but he refuses to go down quietly as he claws back into this. The underdog is still very much in the mix here. Unbelievable. Phantom shuts the door on this series with a decisive final kill. The resilience of that first seed really shone through in the clutch. It was a tight scrap, but he kept his cool. What a fight. Welcome to the show. Catalyst and Vortex are stepping into the arena to see who takes the win today. Vortex started strong with that opening win from the ramp. The higher rated competitor starts off on the right foot. Catalyst holds a huge historical lead in their head-to-head rivalry. But looking at the map-specific data, it is clear he is struggling to translate that long-term dominance into this particular series. He really needs to find some stability before Vortex puts a stranglehold on the game. He puts an end to that run, picking his opponent right off the box. The pre-match favorite is looking a bit more vulnerable now. Goodness, that was an absolute slugfest, and he just barely edges it out alive. Total chaos in this exchange, and Catalyst barely scrapes through to bring the score to 2-4. He's completely unscathed after that exchange, showing some real grit in this recovery. We're seeing the underdog really digging his heels now. What a turnaround! He clears the map for a 4-4 tie, erasing the early deficit entirely. He is really proving he belongs in the top tier of this league. Vortex responds immediately, reclaiming a slim advantage in the score. A completely clean frame there, and the momentum has shifted fully back into his favor. What a scrap! He barely walks away from that fight with his life. The top-rated player is certainly making his presence felt today. Vortex takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, the underdog is definitely holding his own here. Catalyst is currently underperforming compared to how he usually handles this map, and he has a lot of ground to make up. Let's see who finds their rhythm now. He's refusing to let the game slide away and secures another round to keep the pressure on. Both these players are fighting in the trenches right now. Vortex is putting on a clinic from the ramp, continuing to push his lead forward. Vortex is really building some scary pressure here, especially since he's gone 11-15 over the last day. It looks like he's a much better fit for the current pace of this game, and frankly, it's making Catalyst's overall higher win rate look completely irrelevant right now. He's just too fast right now, extending that streak to 4 straight. His confidence is soaring after that earlier 13-6 result. Unbelievable, he nearly falls after that brutal ramp battle, but somehow manages to edge out the win. A critical stand there to keep the pressure mounting. A perfectly timed read there, leaving him completely outclassed as we hit match point. A total shutdown to close out the exchange. A sudden spark of life from Catalyst, keeping himself in the game for now. He's not going down without a fight, securing another win to keep this series alive. What a finish! Vortex closes the series by taking out Catalyst from the ramp. He's really putting on a statement here, proving he can outduel one of the best, regardless of the long-term history. Welcome everyone to Fast Aim. We have a great matchup today as Phantom takes on Vortex. Phantom holds a heavy 61% head-to-head advantage over his opponent. That's a massive sample size to lean on, and it really puts the pressure on Vortex to keep this early lead. We'll see if he can actually shut down the #1 seed today. Vortex is just dominating right now, sitting on a 2-0 lead. Vortex is playing a perfect game so far against the league's best. Absolute perfection from him right now, making it a 3-round sweep to start the map. Phantom entered the server on a scorching 26 run today. A sharp response there, and the underdog finally puts a mark on the board. He's showing some serious grit, narrowing the gap to just 1. Vortex really needs to find an answer for this top-seeded talent. Vortex shuts him down on the ramp and gets back into the driver's seat here. Vortex looks way more comfortable than he usually is against his opponent. He's refusing to go away, continuing this steady climb to close the deficit. We're seeing exactly why he holds the higher seed in this pairing. Unbelievable persistence here as he forces a deadlock, completely evening things up. He's quickly shaking off that early deficit to reset the pace. Vortex edges ahead again, clutching a narrow 5-4 lead. Vortex is definitely playing like a top 3 talent today. Vortex is really starting to seize control here, utilizing that ramp height to build his lead. He keeps the pressure high from the ramp, refusing to let the lead slip as we approach the break. He's keeping things tight as we head toward the intermission. We head into the break with Vortex holding a 7-5 lead. The favorite is doing exactly what he needs to do to keep the advantage. Let's see if he can maintain this cushion on the other side. Fresh start for both players now. Vortex is putting together a strong run right now, which is pretty surprising since he's gone just 12-15 over the last 24 hours. Well, it looks like he's finally found a way to neutralize Phantom's usual pace. A completely untouched round for Phantom as he keeps chewing away at that lead. The top-ranked guy is certainly starting to wake up. Vortex is firmly in control with a 3-round cushion. Vortex is truly playing like a top 3 talent today. He just plucks him right off the ramp, refusing to let his lead slip away. It's a battle of wills now as the favorite tries to bridge this gap. Vortex is holding a commanding 10-7 lead here. Vortex is really rewriting the script for this series. Vortex is simply too quick right now, using that window to shut things down yet again. He is certainly proving that those ratings don't tell the whole story. Phantom is refusing to let this slide, keeping the pressure on in a very tense final stretch. A reminder that we are looking at the #1 ranked player. That was a brutal exchange, but Vortex came out on top to move within a single round of victory. The confidence in those shots is just on another level. A huge response here as he drags Vortex down from the ramp to keep this fight alive. A quick stop right there to keep this series swinging. He holds his nerve on the ramp to force another save, showing an incredible will to stay in this. Total focus from the top seed to claw back into this. What a finish! Vortex secures the map with a huge final play. He managed to outplay the world #1 in a real grudge match today. That's a massive statement victory. He had to fight for it. Welcome to the Dunes. Catalyst and Phantom are stepping up for this duel, with Phantom looking like the stronger pick today. What a fight. Both players traded heavy damage, but he manages to edge it out. He's certainly playing like the top seed in the server right now. Phantom has been playing incredibly well today with a 27 record over the last 24 hours. It's clear he's bringing that confidence into this series. The main question is if Catalyst can shake off his current slump and find a way to respond. Absolute control now as he plucks Catalyst right off the box for a 4th straight. The top seed is simply too sharp here. He just can't find an answer. That's a complete shut out of the first 5. He just completely dismantles his opponent from that elevated spot, keeping the streak alive. Unreal, he barely escapes with his life after that scrap from the box to make it 7 straight. Absolutely terrifying performance as he pushes the lead to 8-0. The world number 1 is putting on a clinical display. He is simply untouchable, cruising toward a double-digit lead. He's on a tear, hitting another one to reach a perfect 10. A completely different story than the typical matchups between these two. Finally, he draws first blood to stop that run before we head into the break. A tight struggle for him to get back into this. We head into the break with Phantom leading 11-1. Honestly, Catalyst is just getting crushed. He was expected to run away with this, but he's completely falling apart against the number 1 seed. Fresh start for both players here. What a nail biter. He somehow survives that exchange with a tiny sliver of health left. Absolutely heart-stopping to see him clutch through that. Game over. Phantom secures the final blow to close it out and take the series. He really played his favorite map to perfection, leaving almost no room for any mistakes today. Welcome to the match. Catalyst and Vortex are facing off on red line to see who comes out on top. Catalyst has an impressive 73% win rate here. It's an interesting spot because he's actually struggling quite a bit in his recent matches today. It'll be a fight to see if he can turn that tide around. Vortex is holding a slim lead as we move forward. A dominant performance from the higher rated player so far. Unreal, he clings to life with a tiny shred of health to keep his streak alive. That's exactly how their last meeting on Blame Map played out. He gets a clean look from the box and puts the round away. Vortex was just too quick with the reaction, catching him from the ramp to keep the lead. He's clearly feeling confident after a 13-9 victory in their last series. Vortex is still in the driver's seat at 4-3. He's trying to erase that tough 1-13 result from earlier today. Vortex secures the round and the lead, showing a lot of poise while playing the ramp. Vortex has effectively taken control with 6-round wins. Well, it's a huge shift in energy considering he's normally the one chasing in this rivalry. He's proving that his recent form is much more reliable than the historical stats suggest. He's staying tenacious, digging deep to stay within striking distance as we head into the break. It's a tough spot for the favorite to be in right now. We've got a deadlock at 6-6. I mean, everything is playing out exactly as expected so far. Both players are trading heavy blows, and it really feels like a toss-up heading into the second half. Let's see who blinks first. Vortex edges ahead by 1 in a tight battle. It's proving tough for him to get those numbers back in his favor today. He manages to plug Vortex right off the box, bringing things completely level at 7-7. Neither side is letting the other get any breathing room tonight. He finds a way to knock Vortex off the box and takes the lead for the first time. The momentum has completely flipped from where we started this set. He's simply unstoppable right now, using that ramp advantage to keep the streak alive. The underdog is completely on the ropes right now. Another flawless exchange for him, extending the streak to 4 and completely taking over the pace. He's just in a different gear right now, taking full control with 5 straight kills. He's really putting that early advantage to use. Vortex finally answers back, putting a stop to that run. Vortex has the higher rating on the ladder and he's showing it. He secures another one from the ramp, showing some real grit as he claws back into this. He is definitely leaning into that top tier skill gap now. He continues this fierce rally, taking down his opponent from the ramp to reach match point. A very fast snap to shut the door on that recovery. He refuses to go down quietly, showing serious heart to stay in this game. What a finish! He closes it out with absolute precision to secure the victory. He really clawed his way back from the brink to keep this series alive. A massive result for a player who's been struggling all day. What a fight! Welcome everyone, we have Phantom taking on Vortex today on Orange to see who comes out on top. Phantom enters this matchup with a dominant 61% all-time win rate against Vortex. He is definitely the heavy favorite based on their history. It will be interesting to see if the higher rated player can recover after dropping the opening round. That's a perfect start for him, moving into a commanding early lead. Vortex is simply on a tear right now, securing yet another round to widen the gap. He is certainly playing like the higher seed right now. Phantom finally gets a round on the board to slow the momentum. He's looking a lot more like that number 1 seed now. He's really digging in now, securing a second straight round to close the gap. It's definitely getting a bit tighter now. A total lockdown. He's on a tear now and refuses to let any more rounds slip. He's completely flipped the script on this duel. Unbelievable. He's wiped away that entire deficit to level the series. Absolute chaos in this server as the underdog's lead completely vanishes. He keeps charging ahead, taking a lead for the first time in the series. Vortex is feeling the pressure after a rough start to the day. Simply untouchable right now, securing another quick victory to extend the run. He is completely in control now, putting on a clinic as we head toward the half. Just a few more frames before we head into the break. Phantom holds a comfortable 8-4 lead going into the break. He's completely defying the odds right now. We've seen some wild swings, but the world number 1 is firmly in the driver's seat. Time to see if Vortex resets. He stays sharp after the break, putting the pressure right back on his opponent. The momentum is firmly with the higher rated player right now. That was an effortless finish as he continues to steamroll through this segment of the match. Phantom has a total of 21 wins so far today, keeping him on a strong pace. You know, this high level of consistency is exactly why he sits at the top of the ladder. It will be tough for Vortex to carve out any real momentum from just a single round. That was a rapid fire, a victory, leaving him just one step away from closing this out. What a finish! He seals the game with an incredible display of raw skill to secure the map. He's just in a completely different gear today, and it really shows in his movement on this map. Welcome to the Berserk League. We're on Italy today for a great clash between Catalyst and Phantom. Phantom is currently on a hot run with a 22-7 record today. That's a stark contrast to Catalyst, who has been fighting through a much tougher set of matches. It'll be interesting to see if the difference in confidence shows up in the next few rounds. Catalyst takes the lead, holding a slim 2-1 edge. The top seed is starting to push back. What a scramble! He barely escapes with his life to even out the score. The best player on the ladder is looking scary right now. He secures the lead by picking him off the vine, completing a 3-round tear. He wins the trade this time, bringing the score back to a dead heat. A complete reset of the momentum now. Unreal, both of them were shredded in their trade, but he clings to a tiny sliver of health to take it. And another one, he's completely taken over this stretch of the map. The favorite is really feeling the heat right now. Phantom answers back quickly to keep this series close. He's really proving why he's the top seed right now. Back to square one, Catalyst ties this up at 5 apiece. The head-to-head history definitely leans toward the number 1 seed. Catalyst is suddenly in control with a 6-5 lead. He is really fighting an uphill battle against the number 1 seed. We're all tied up at 6 apiece. I mean, this is pretty much what we expected to see. Neither player has been able to pull away, and they're both looking sharp heading into the second half. Fresh start for both guys. Catalyst pushes ahead again, taking a tight 7-6 lead. He's really putting a dent in that overall lead. Phantom just clawed his way back to a 7, all deadlock. Phantom is quickly regaining his lead. He's really starting to put the pressure on Catalyst now. We are locked in a deadlock at 8 each. The odds of him pulling this off were quite low going in. Catalyst is really putting on a show here, making an aggressive push for the lead from the wine. Absolutely effortless. He's just taking over this game with a towering lead. Really shaky movement from the top seed lately. He's simply not stopping. That makes 4 straight for Catalyst. The top player is really struggling to find an answer right now. Phantom finally cuts through that run, showing some real grit to keep himself in this. That, a lot of pressure for the higher seed to handle. A completely clean sequence to put him just 1 step away from victory. It's a shocking turn of events for the favorite. What a finish! Catalyst seals the deal right here to take the victory. He really shook off that terrible start to the day with this performance. A huge statement win against the world number 1. What a fight! Welcome everyone, Catalyst and Vortex are stepping into the arena to see who can reach 13 rounds first. Catalyst holds a substantial lead in the head-to-head, having won over 800 of their meetings. And it's interesting because Vortex is actually the higher rated player on our ladder. We'll see if that rank gap can override the psychological weight of this rivalry. Unbelievable. Vortex barely walks away from that chaos with his life. That's a huge mental win for the number 3 seed. Catalyst is really cruising right now, holding a comfy 3-1 lead. He's certainly looking to repeat that dominant performance from their last map together. A real battle of wills on the ramp there, but Catalyst is just too quick for him right now. What a clutch fight! He clings to a tiny sliver of health to shut down the opposition. He's showing precisely why he's a favorite in this matchup. He handles the Tetris perfectly, securing another round and extending that streak to 4. Vortex responds quickly to put a halt to that run. A solid response from the number 3 seed. Vortex reads him perfectly and clears out that Tetris hold, really cutting into the lead now. He's really trying to close that gap between the two. Insane. He manages to scrap through that firefight and keeps his momentum rolling with a 3rd straight win. He's proving that the higher rating isn't just for show. The surge continues. He's now taken 4 straight and has completely raised that early deficit. The momentum has completely shifted in this series. Catalyst takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Well, everything is going exactly as predicted so far. He's managed to stay ahead, despite that intense late push from Vortex. Switching sides now. Catalyst secures that win from the ramp, quickly regaining control of the tempo here. He's definitely playing with confidence after that last series victory. Catalyst has spent today alternating between deep runs and tough losses, going 10-20 over the last day. It's clear he's finally found some stability here. He's looking extremely comfortable in this rhythm right now. That was an intense scrap with both players fighting for the same ground on the ramp. He's keeping up that momentum from their last clash on Redline. Catalyst pushes it to 10-7, firmly in the driver's seat. The number 3 seed is refusing to let this slide. The pace is absolutely lightning fast right now. These exchanges are decided in an instant. A total shutdown for Catalyst, who now finds himself just a single round away from victory. He's playing the role of the favorite perfectly today. Vortex manages to find his footing and secures a very clean exchange. That was a remarkably quick reset for him. Vortex keeps the resistance alive with another efficient finish. The ladder's higher rank is starting to show in this closing stretch. Vortex keeps his cool and takes him right off the ramp to keep this comeback rolling. Looking at the raw skill gap, this is where his rank should pay off. What a finish! He catches him right off the Tetris to close out the game. He just couldn't close the gap on that final push. He really fought back to make this a nail-biter. Tough loss for Vortex. Welcome to the show! Phantom and Vortex are stepping onto Mappas to see who can hit 13 rounds first. Phantom enters this match with a dominant 70% win rate on this particular map. It's interesting to see him start slow though, especially since he's the top rated player in our league. He'll need to shake off that early stumble to keep control of the series. Vortex pulls ahead again after a tough trade, extending the lead to a commanding 3. That was a lightning fast response from Phantom to keep this contest within reach. He shuts him down off the ramp, continuing this strong push to close the gap. The high seed is finally starting to look comfortable. He completely wipes out that lead, taking control with another quick flick off the ramp to tie it up. Absolute precision. That's 4 straight for the man who started this set on the back foot. He's simply too fast right now, claiming his 5th straight to take a clear lead. He's proving exactly why he's the bigger name in this matchup. Simply unstoppable right now, securing another flawless frame to keep the surge going. Vortex simply has no answers for this level of play. He's just completely in control now, piling on another huge win to keep this run alive. A completely different story than we saw in the opening few rounds. A sharp reaction from Vortex to finally break that momentum. Phantom takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Well, the favorite is comfortably in front. He's putting that high map win rate to good use and looks poised to close this out early. Let's see how they handle the flip. He's really shaking things up, managing to keep his composure to widen the gap further. He's certainly playing like the favorite in this series. He holds the high ground on the ramp to shut that down quickly. His experience really shines through in these high-pressure exchanges. He's completely overwhelmed his opponent, securing 3 straight to firmly grip this match. The gap in raw talent is starting to look enormous. Vortex answers back with a tidy exchange to keep things moving. The second highest rated player in the lobby is refusing to fold. He regains the upper hand here, putting a firm grip on the series. Exactly the kind of form that earned him that top seed. Vortex is really digging in here, refusing to let his opponent just coast to the finish line. He needs a few more strings like that to stay in the fight. He suddenly found the gear he wasn't using earlier, putting a huge amount of pressure on the top seed. Phantom outdueled him on the ramp to move a single round away from victory. The top seed is quickly regaining his footing. Vortex secures his side of the ramp to keep the dream alive. That was a tight contest, but he managed to outlast him. He is staying in this fight, picking up another easy round to keep the pressure mounting. The momentum has completely shifted back in his direction. Unreal. After that brutal brawl, Phantom claws back to claim the series. Vortex really pushed him to the limit there, but the world #1 just had that extra gear when it mattered. What a fight. Welcome everyone to Fast Aim. We have a great matchup today as Catalyst takes on the top-ranked Phantom. Phantom usually handles these encounters with a 55% overall win rate, and it's clear he's usually the one in control of this rivalry. The real question is if he can shake off that recent loss to Catalyst and lean back into his historical dominance. Phantom holds the lead, but Catalyst is still fighting. He's definitely making his mark at the top seed today. We are deadlocked early on, and Catalyst is looking incredibly sharp with his reactions right now. Catalyst puts on a clinic here, completely shutting down that ramp play to extend his lead. The world number 1 is starting to feel the pressure. Everything's leveled out now, 3 apiece for both players. He's definitely playing like the top seed right now. Phantom edges ahead by 1 and looks focused. The world's top-rated player is asserting his authority here. A fierce trade on the ramp, and he comes out on top to take 3 straight. He's looking very comfortable in that top spot right now. A quick reaction from Catalyst to hold the slide. He's certainly proving he can handle the number 1 ranked player today. Catalyst is putting on a show, utilizing that ramp to keep the pressure on. A total reversal of the pre-match expectations. He secures the kill from the ramp to keep his momentum surging heading into the mid-match break. He's completely taken over the server right before the transition. We're looking at a 6-6 deadlock heading into the break. Honestly, Catalyst is doing exactly what we expected he would. He's holding his own against the top seed and refusing to give an inch. Time to see who blinks first. Catalyst grabs a slim lead, pushing the count to 7-6. Phantom is certainly fighting an uphill battle here. Phantom is quickly adapting, managing to outplay Catalyst and clear him right off the ramp. Phantom clawed back into the lead at 8-7. The world's best is simply too consistent for him right now. Absolute perfection from the top seed, who simply refuses to let his opponent back into this game. He's just unstoppable right now, putting 4 more on the board to firmly grip the lead. A dominant showing from the number 1 seed so far. He manages a clean shutdown from the ramp to keep this streak rolling. Purely an effortless exchange, and he's now just 1 step from victory. The skill gap is starting to look like a chasm. A huge moment for Catalyst, who manages to hold his ground and keep the dream alive. He's fighting back hard to avoid a quick exit. He manages to find a 2nd straight victory, picking his opponent off from the ramp. The underdog is really digging in here. What a finish! Phantom closes it out from the window to secure the match. He just knew exactly how to close this out. After that wild start, a really solid performance by the number 1 seed. Welcome to the Berserk League. Catalyst and Vortex face off on red line to see who takes the win today. Vortex just secures an early advantage, putting a quick stop to the momentum Catalyst usually holds in this rivalry. Catalyst usually owns this matchup with a win rate of 58% across their head-to-head history. It's a huge contrast to how this game has started. We're seeing an early shift in the dynamic that favors Vortex. That's a huge answer. He shows plenty of grit and puts a stop to that early surge. The favorite is looking a bit more vulnerable now. Vortex is simply dominating right now, leading 4-1. He is certainly making the most of this specific matchup. He's showing a lot of heart, securing this one from the Tetris to narrow the gap. Vortex isn't letting the pressure get to him just yet. Vortex is firmly in control with a 5-2 lead. He's playing much better than his recent form suggests. He secures another victory from the Tetris, refusing to let this lead spiral. He's playing with a lot more confidence than his rank would suggest. Catalyst is currently 11-21 over the last day. You know, he's really struggling to find his footing in a tough session. It's a stark contrast to how he's usually played these matches, and the pressure is clearly starting to mount. Vortex keeps climbing, now sitting pretty at 7-4. He is definitely the stronger player of the two when we look at the ladder. Vortex takes an 8-4 lead into the break. I mean, he's completely flipped the script here. Despite Catalyst's 73% win rate on redline, the underranked player is simply outplaying him right now. Time for a total reset. Unreal! He barely survives that exchange from the ramp, clawing back into the game. He's definitely showing why he's currently sitting at 3rd in the ratings. He's really digging in now, securing another win with a chaotic scrap on the ramp. The momentum is shifting back in his favor. He's on a tear now, absolutely cleaning up as he takes control of the ramp for a 3rd straight round. The upper hand is practically swapping sides every few rounds. A messy exchange that still goes his way, putting him back on top. He keeps the pressure high, shutting things down again from the Tetris. A clean stop right there to keep the score tight. Vortex holds a narrow 2-point edge over Catalyst now. He's proving to be a very dangerous opponent today. Vortex is putting on a real clinic with his reaction time, putting Catalyst in a deep hole. His total head-to-head record is usually where we see the struggle. Vortex is on fire, punishing that high ground attempt to put himself a single round away from victory. He's certainly validating that favorite status with this performance. What a finish. Vortex closes out the map with a huge final play to secure the victory. He really stepped up today. Not often we see such a dominant performance from him on this map. Welcome to the Dunes. We have Phantom and Vortex stepping up for this match to see who comes out on top. Phantom enters this series as the top player in our rating system. It makes sense that he's commanding the early tempo since he's been on fire today with a 24-8 record. Vortex will have to find a way to disrupt that momentum quickly. Phantom is firmly in control with a 2-1 lead. Vortex is really refusing to let Phantom pull away here. The top seed is suddenly facing some real pressure. Vortex has snatched a slim lead at 3-2. He's really proving he belongs in that top 4%. Phantom just fought his way back to a dead heat. He's really fighting for dominance here. Vortex is starting to look very comfortable here, putting a lot of pressure on the number 1 seed. It's a surprising turn of events given the heavy favoritism today. What a scramble! He barely clings to life after that trade, leveling the score at 4-4. Unreal! Both players were nearly empty, but he edges it out by a hair to regain the lead. Another nail-biter brings us to a 5-5 deadlock. Vortex is really leaning on that confidence from his recent win over Catalyst. Vortex keeps his nose ahead with a 6-5 lead. Vortex has the upper hand for once today. Vortex heads into the break with a 7-5 advantage. I mean, the results are aligning perfectly with the pre-match projections. He really capitalized on that 3-round surge to secure this early lead. Time for a fresh start. Vortex has a lot of ground to make up in their overall history. It is really impressive to see him defy those long-term trends right now. If he can maintain this level of accuracy, he might actually reverse the usual outcome here. He's just untouchable right now, shutting things down in less than a second. He's totally in charge, picking up another winner to keep the streak alive. The huge historical gap between these two seems irrelevant right now. Absolute precision. He just needs one more round to end this. Phantom manages to keep himself in the game, preventing the series from ending right here. Complete control on the final engagement. Vortex closes it out and secures the victory. He just completely dismantled the top seed in that second half, regardless of what the history books say about this rivalry. Welcome everyone. Catalyst and Phantom are facing off on Orange to see who can reach 13 rounds first. Phantom has the clear historical advantage with a 63% win rate on this map. It's impressive considering he's coming in with a much stronger day overall compared to Catalyst. We just have to see if he can actually convert that edge into a lead. Catalyst is really starting to heat up now. Exactly what we expected from the top seed in this lobby. Catalyst is putting some serious pressure on the world #1 right now. Phantom is usually the steadier hand in their head-to-head matchups. Catalyst is simply dominating with a 4-1 lead. He's really shaking off that recent loss to Vortex. Absolute perfection from the server leader, who is just refusing to let up. Phantom manages to fight back and get the upper hand in this exchange. The world #1 always knows how to stay composed. He is really digging in, taking a second straight victory to narrow this gap. He's on a tear now, putting together 3 straight to close the distance. Expected the favorite to eventually reclaim control. A lightning fast reaction to put him back on top. It's quite a swing from the results we saw in their previous encounter. Catalyst has managed to secure a solid 7-4 lead despite his recent 11-22 struggle today. Well, it looks like he's really shaking off those earlier losses to push the world #1 onto the defensive. The question is whether this momentum can carry him through the rest of the map. Catalyst holds a 7-5 lead as we head into the break. I mean, he's playing exactly like the heavy favorite we expected. We'll see if Phantom can use his superior map win rate to claw back into this. Catalyst extends the gap to 8-5 with another huge play. It's a completely different story than when they met on Fast Aim. Catalyst is just relentlessly pulling ahead at 9-5. The world #1 is feeling the heat. He is just untouchable right now, walking away from that exchange without taking a single point of damage. It's a tough spot for the ladder leader to be in. Phantom manages to break that momentum and take the round. He's definitely finding a second wind after that rough outing against Vortex. Catalyst keeps the pace high to reach a 10-7 lead. He's clearly feeling the confidence from that 24-9 run today. Catalyst is really keeping the pressure high. It feels like he's just 1 or 2 steps ahead tonight. Another swift victory for him, and he's now just a single round away from the finish. Unbelievable! He closes it out in style to secure a decisive victory. He just completely dismantled the world #1, regardless of how things looked on paper heading into this one. Welcome to Mopas. We've got a great matchup today as Catalyst takes on Vortex in a fight for the top. Catalyst gets a strong start here, using that ramp height to secure the early advantage. Vortex is really feeling the heat early on, unable to answer the pressure. Vortex entered this as the slight favorite, but it's not showing yet. He's just totally outclassing the competition right now, extending that streak to 3. He's just not letting up, powering through to a huge opening lead. Looking at the rankings, it's hard to believe the difference in skill. He's simply untouchable, finishing the round without taking a single point of damage. Simply impossible to stop right now as he pushes that lead to 6-0. He secures another one from the ramp to keep the streak alive. He's really asserting dominance over his longtime rival today. Vortex finally finds an opening to put a mark on the board. Catalyst usually owns the head-to-head record here, but that historical dominance isn't helping him right now. It's a stark contrast to the current flow, as Vortex has already taken 2 of their last 3 encounters. We'll see if he can keep this momentum going into the double digits. He's simply on fire right now, crossing his 4th straight win to cut into that early lead. Catalyst holds an 8-4 lead heading into the break. Well, he's proving why he was the favorite here. We'll see if Vortex can use that late surge to close the gap on the other side. Time to see a response here. Vortex claws back another, leaving Catalyst up 8-5. Looking at the ratings, it is an incredibly tight gap. He's putting up a real fight now, securing back-to-back wins to stay in this game. The pressure shift is palpable as the underdog tightens the grip. Catalyst quickly shuts down that mini run, using the elevation on the ramp to take control again. Vortex manages to pick him off the ramp as he continues this gritty climb back into the match. He keeps this charge going, staying sharp as the deficit continues to shrink. He's really playing to his seed in this half. Vortex clears the ramp to even things up, bringing us to a deadlock at 9-9. It's almost a mirror image of their last encounter. Goodness, he almost didn't make it. Both players were shredded in that exchange, but he barely edges out the win to take a narrow lead. Absolute chaos in this exchange, and somehow he claws out the win to level the score. A total stalemate as we head into the final stretch. Vortex keeps the pressure high from the container to take another round. A tight exchange, but he managed to secure the better angle. Catalyst just hammers him from the ramp, and now we're looking at a dead heat. A wild swing compared to that earlier blowout on red line. That's another fast one, and now he's just a single round away from the victory. What a response! Vortex settles the score and we're officially headed for overtime. A huge collision on the ramp and Catalyst comes out on top. Vortex has the edge in our rating, but it's not showing. He's really leaning into this momentum right now, putting some serious distance between himself and his opponent. Simply a clean strike to stop any hope of a rally and put him on the verge of victory. that is it! Catalyst finishes him off to secure the victory. He really had to dig deep in that overtime to get it done. Vortex fought back so hard after that initial blowout, but he just couldn't find that final push. Hard-fought win. Welcome everyone to the arena. Phantom and Vortex are stepping up for a great 1v1 battle today. Vortex came out aggressive right from the start, shutting Phantom down from the Tetris. Phantom heads into this match with an impressive 24-10 record over the last day. It shows he's in great form, but he is definitely fighting an uphill battle. After dropping a series to Vortex earlier today, he'll need to keep this momentum to flip the script. We've got a dead heat with Phantom and Vortex. The top seed is definitely looking to make a statement here. Vortex is looking really sharp today, putting on some serious pressure as he claims the lead. The 1 seed is having a tough time getting his footing. Vortex is comfortably cruising at 4-2 right now. He's definitely making a case for the upset right now. Phantom claws back to 3-4, keeping his fight alive. The top-rated guy in the league is showing a bit of fight. Unbelievable. Vortex barely scraps through that exchange, walking away with a tiny sliver of health. He's certainly playing with confidence after taking that Dunes map earlier. Vortex maintains a slim lead at 5-4 right now. That's a much cleaner look for the favorite. Phantom historically holds a huge advantage with over 2,500 total wins against this opponent. It's a staggering lead, but we're seeing a real shift in dynamics today. Vortex seems to have found the perfect blueprint to dismantle the world #1. Vortex is sitting on an 8-4 lead heading into the break. It's a very predictable start given the pre-match projections. He's clearly the man to beat right now and has the momentum. Time for the big reset. Vortex is really dominating, holding an 8-5 cushion. Vortex is definitely feeling the pressure now. Vortex is just outclassing him, pushing the tally to 9-5. Vortex just shuts him down on the ramp, and you can tell he's feeling completely in control right now. The world's top-rated player is simply unable to find an answer. Phantom secures a nice win from the Tetris, showing he can still take a few rounds here. He's definitely playing to erase that earlier loss on the Junes. Phantom is really starting to chip away at that lead, catching Vortex right as he held the ramp. This is starting to look like a genuine fight. Vortex is just refusing to let Phantom get a real streak going here. The pace has really picked up lately, with these last few rounds ending in a flash. He's really digging in to overturn that previous result. What a grit from Phantom, utilizing that ramp to secure his second straight victory. He's really starting to make his presence felt in this set. A total shutdown there by Vortex, moving him to the very edge of victory. The pressure is clearly shifting onto the favorites right now. That is it. Vortex closes the door with a final burst to claim the victory. He's really putting on a clinic today, just completely shutting down the world's best on their own turf. Welcome to the Berserk League. We've got Catalyst taking on Phantom today on red line to see who comes out on top. Catalyst really knows how to handle himself on this map with a 73% win rate. And that confidence is clearly spilling over since he already beat Phantom in their previous match today. We have to see if that momentum can actually hold against the #1 seed. He is simply on another level right now, raining down fire from the ramp for a 3rd straight victory. What a scramble! He barely survives that exchange to move to a perfect 4-0 start. Phantom finally answers back, shaking off that early pressure. He's reminding us why he holds the top spot on the ladder. Catalyst is just dominating, holding a massive 5-1 lead. He's making it look easy against the top seed. Unreal. He nearly let this one slip, but barely manages to dig out of that scrap to take another. The world #1 is looking completely lost right now. Both players took heavy damage, but he secures the kill to push his lead to 7-1. His opponent is really feeling the weight of those consecutive losses. Phantom manages to claw back around, bringing the score to 7-2. The head-to-head history definitely favors the top seed. Phantom's track record in these matches is impressive, holding 870 total victories over his opponent. He's finally starting to leverage that historical dominance, and honestly, we're seeing him trade those early mistakes for a much more disciplined approach. We head into the break with Catalyst leading 8-4. Well, he's playing exactly as we expected for the favorite. It'll be interesting to see if Phantom can close that gap on the switch. Time to see some fight from Phantom. Phantom pulls one back, keeping him within striking distance at 8-5. He's definitely bringing that veteran experience to the table now. Another incredibly crisp shot, and the top seed is showing some real grit here. That's another fast response to tighten up the game. What a read, simply plucking him right off the ramp to keep this rally going. The momentum shift is undeniable as the favorite claws back. He's completely taken over, evening the score at 8-8 with an incredible surge of momentum. Absolute deadlock. Now with both sides staring down 5 more rounds. He quickly regains control here, taking a narrow lead. The world's best player is starting to feel the pressure. That was a real battle of wills on the ramp, and Catalyst is walking away with the victory. He's consistently finding ways to neutralize the top player right now. Phantom is showing some real tenacity, keeping the pressure high to keep this match close. What a fight! He barely walks away from that exchange to widen the gap to 11-9. What a scramble! He managed to outlast the opposition in a brutal exchange to bring the deficit down to 1. The pressure is really mounting for the underranked side. A huge blow for the favorite as he clears that ramp to reach match point. The underdog is really pushing the top rank to the absolute limit. Incredible, he claws back from the edge of defeat, narrowly surviving with a tiny sliver of health. Absolutely incredible. Phantom shuts him down off the ramp to force a complete deadlock. Things are officially wide open heading into the final stretch. He manages to hold that ramp for a huge round, and now he's just one step away from the finish line. Having the upper hand in their last 5 head-to-head encounters? The speed of these rounds is incredible. Catalyst is simply reacting faster than Phantom can track. The number 4 seed is playing his heart out today. What a fast reaction, simply deleting the opposition to close this gap even further. He manages to outlast the pressure, knocking the top seed off that ramp to reach match point. He just completely shut the door on that comeback attempt. Absolute perfection to close it out. Catalyst clears him off the boxes to secure the victory. He really stared down the best in the world today and didn't blink once. He had to fight through some brutal moments, but he's finally shaking the number 1 seed. What a performance.